We are now live in recording.
Good morning and welcome to the Board of Trustees Executive Committee meeting of the State Bar. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. Secretary Michelle Costello, please call the roll.
Cisneros,
Here.
Grande,
Here.
Sowell,
Here.
Tony,
Present.
Chair, you have a form?
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is the call for public comment. Before we begin public comment, I would like to remind everyone of some of the ground rules for speaking during this meeting. Specifically, under the State Bar's policy regarding public comment, members of the public cannot cede their time to another speaker. Any attempts to deceive the board by disguising your voice, using different aliases or names to participate in public comment is by extension not allowed, as well as impermissible under State Bar's policy against disruptive and/or disorderly conduct that may result in removal from the meeting. We appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful and orderly environment for all attendees. I would like to remind everyone that under the Bagley-Keene Open Meetings Act, public comments must pertain to items that are on the agenda or be related to matters that are within the jurisdiction of this agency. Specifically, the Board Executive Committee is responsible for the effective functioning, maintenance, and development of the board, oversight of strategic and essential operational matters, including legislative relations and appointments to volunteer entities. State Bar staff will attempt to call members of the public in order that they appear in the attendees pool. For those who are participating in person, please alert State Bar staff members present in the room that you would like to make a comment. For those who are participating by Zoom video, you should have a function for virtually raising your hand. It is a hand icon and should appear at the bottom center of your screen. If you wish to address the board, please click on the hand icon now and State Bar staff will call on you in the order that hands are raised. For those who are participating by phone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9. That is the star key and then number 9. Again, doing so will alert staff that you would like to make a comment, and State Bar staff will call on you and open your microphone so that you can address the committee. For those participating from a noticed location, please alert State Bar staff member present in the room that you would like to make a public comment. Due to time restrictions, we cannot allow more than 2 minutes for each speaker. Please note that staff will have an on-screen countdown timer visible to all attendees during the duration of your public comment. The timer's 2-minute countdown will begin as soon as you start your comment, and the on-screen timer will flash through the final 10 seconds. Michelle, do we have folks who are on the list for public comment?
We have no advanced signups for public comment, and we have 2 raised hands.
Thank you.
Are we ready to begin?
Yep.
First up for public comment is Mr. Kai Own. Mr. Own, your mic is enabled.
Good morning. My name is Kai On from Sacramento. Political power. Order State Bar of California, Chief Justice and Attorney General, not to investigate Sacramento DA office and SPD bring up a story that fake killer Mr. Jung So Fong hit and run kill my father Woon Kong On. DA case number 99F08735. It is a serious integrity issue. To consider social responsibility, State Bar Board of Trustees and other committee members should report this incident to all California senators, assembly members, and all California citizens to keep an integrity government. Thank you.
Next up, we have Nadine Mazard. Nadine, your mic is enabled.
Hello, my name is Nadine Mazard. I'm an attorney. I'm admitted in 4 other jurisdictions, and I'm coming again to advocate for some sort of reciprocity option for seasoned attorneys that are admitted in other jurisdictions. Again, the Blue Ribbon Commission has stated, I know that you have to go back and the court has stated the fact that there is a regulation. I do believe that the Board of Trustees should work together to figure out something. I do see that on July 15th, yesterday, the court did agree to the next gen. The only thing they said for attorney applicants is that on 2029, that attorney applicants they'll do a California component. I want to highly agree that it should be California specific. It should not be general, because that is the part to have to put seasoned attorneys through this process I do not think is not part of our privilege and immunities ability to be able to pick up our license and be able to work in other jurisdictions. And so therefore I would urge for a plan, because there is no plan right now for attorneys between 2028 for 1 year without them having to take the next gen examination. And I know as they're trying to clear, but I want to put a word in for seasoned attorneys, and for that to be, as you're kind of doing your guide at the same time, think about more than one constituent that is also looking to get admittance for jurisdiction in California. Thank you.
Confirming with Trustee Grande, do you have any in-person people that would like to make public comment? No, that concludes the public commenters for this session.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll move on to the agenda. I have no chair's report. Item 2.1 is approval of the May 14th, 2026 Board Executive Committee minutes. Any comments or a motion in a second?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Vice Chair Tony, second by Trustee Sowell. Vote, please.
Grande,
Aye.
Sowell,
Aye.
Tony,
Aye.
Cisneros.
Aye.
With 4 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. Next is item 3.1, the approval of annual appointments of officers and members of State Bar sub-entities. We're joined by Angela Marlud.
Good morning. Today I'm presenting the annual appointments of members and officers of State Bar sub-entities. Each year, the State Bar recruits volunteers, including attorneys, non-attorney public members, former and current judicial officers to serve on its committees. The review process prioritizes leadership continuity, relevant professional experience, commitment to public service, and demographic diversity. To support these goals, the State Bar conducted a 3-tiered outreach effort outlined in Attachment J. These efforts generated 93 applicants for 42 vacancies. In addition, 14 letters of interest were received for leadership roles. This strong response enabled subcommittee leadership and staff to identify highly qualified individuals who can effectively support and advance the work of the State Bar through its committees. Board of Trustees appointment liaisons Patricia Barahona and David Jargello have reviewed and support the recommendations presented today. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Angela. Do we have any questions? Yes, Vice Chair Tony.
My questions pertain to the CBE recommendations. And let me tell you what my concern is. My concern is, and if you have a chart, you can show me, that's fine. Well, first, let me state an overall concern. I think it would be helpful for us when we are receiving these. What I found really helpful was that there was a chart that said, here's the current members, and here are the proposed members for each of the committees. That was good. What would have been additionally helpful to me is to see the race and gender of each person, okay? And the reason that's important is because that's the only way that I know how to work towards the bar mission of increasing the diversity and inclusion within the legal system in California. And lacking that information, it's hard for me to tell. Now, I will let you know that on the CBE, I know this isn't 100% accurate, but I looked at the names, and in terms of common gender coding, which, sometimes you can tell for names, and sometimes you look people up when you can't tell with the name, it appears to me that 12 of 16 current members are men and only 4 women, that's 75%. It appears that 4 proposed members are men, 0 women, that's 100%. And that would render 16 of 20 as men and 4 as women, which is 80%. And I think that's going backwards. I think that when we see imbalances, that it is our responsibility to strive to be more representative. And so that was my concern. And I wanted to see if anyone had a response or would engage in a discussion about it.
Yes. Trustee Grande.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tony, for that. I think the other additional piece of information that I would have found useful is practice area. I think that for the attorneys, if someone works directly with consumers versus business to business, big law, that diversity and that representation would be useful as we review these.
Thank you, Vice Chair Tony and Trustee Grande. Those are all very good points. I do want to let you know that when we provide the information to the Board of Trustees liaisons, they do receive kind of an expanded set of information to review, which does include the diversity information for each applicant. Also, since this item is going to require the full Board of Trustees approval and due to the technological issues associated with the agenda materials for that meeting, we will be bringing this item to the full board at a future meeting, and we can definitely provide this information as part of that agenda materials.
And Donna joined specifically related to the CBE. Donna, if you have any comments.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Sorry, it's lighting is weird behind me. So just with regard to the CBE, obviously we will continue to look at the diversity of all of the candidates as we're doing the interviews. The way the CBE process works, the admissions leadership and the leadership of the Committee of Bar Examiners review all of the applications and then interview the top candidates. In this particular instance, the piece of information that you don't have in the memo is that one of the pieces of information that you don't have in the memo is that in all likelihood, the slot that the Supreme Court will be filling is the slot for the new attorney. And there were only 2 applicants who fit that criteria. Both of them are on the recommended list, and so they were both male. So that is a piece of information that you do not have.
And Trustee Tony, to your point, for nominations in the future, we can expand outreach to maybe affinity bar associations. There's women lawyers associations, different affinity bar groups, where we can try to advertise better for the nominations to maybe get some more diversity in the applicant pool.
Terrific. Thank you.
Yes, Trustee Soel.
Just a quick question. One, first of all, I just want to appreciate the amount of work that goes into reviewing applications, trying to make determinations as to what applicant best fits, those sorts of things like that. So I just want to respect the work of not only the liaisons but also the others that were from the staff that were involved in this. A couple questions from me are: one, 93 applications for 42 spots. That means 51 folks didn't get, if my math is mathing, did not receive an appointment. And I wonder just, what do we do with those individuals? Do we encourage them to apply again? Are some of these folks that they may have been better suited for a different, for a different sort of commission or whatnot? And I just wonder what happens to in terms of our interactions with the folks who were not successful in terms of their application.
That's a great question, Trustee Sowell. We do keep the applications and encourage them to stay in touch with the appointments process for future openings. And there have been instances, say, if there's an upcoming vacancy and people need to reach beyond the alternates that they already have, they do look at those applications to see if they can kind of elevate people who haven't been promoted. But we do keep the applications and we do keep in touch with them for the future cycle to encourage them to keep applying.
Any other comments or questions, or do we have a motion?
I was under the understanding this wasn't going to come up until later. What did I miss in that conversation?
It won't come to board until later. So XCOM can take it up today. It will not be coming to board this afternoon. It will come back to the board at a future meeting, the full Board of Trustees. So that's what Angela was saying. She could add the additional information for when it goes to the full Board of Trustees.
If I may add, so what we would need to do is either we could set also an XCOM meeting. I don't know if there's a requirement. I believe there is, though, in the board book that this does go to XCOM first and then to the full Board of Trustees. So because this item was unable to be posted for the full Board of Trustees meeting because of that technological issue, we're going to be setting a special meeting because these people are typically appointed with their terms starting at the annual meeting in September. So if XCOM is not ready to take this up today with a vote, we could set two meetings, essentially, the XCOM meeting as well as a full Board of Trustees meeting to address this at a future time before the September Board of Trustees meeting.
So,
I'm prepared to move the item, so at least we'll have a position to have the discussion at the full board.
thank you for the motion. Do I hear a second?
I second.
Thank you very much. Motion by Trustee Soel, second by Trustee Grande. Vote, please.
Grande,
Aye.
Soel,
Aye.
Tony,
Nay.
Cisneros.
Aye.
With 3 ayes and 1 nay, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. Item 3.2 is withdrawn. Next on the agenda is the discussion and approval of the 2026 Client Security Fund Commission Work Plan. We're joined by Dion McNeff.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Dion McNeff. I'm the managing counsel for the Client Security Fund. I'm here to provide an overview of the CSF Commission's work plan for 2026. The work plan was prepared pursuant to the Board of Trustees May 2025 resolution regarding work plans. So it is new for CSF and we were late getting to it. CSF Commission meets quarterly. It reviewed and approved this 2025 work plan at its June 4th meeting. And it sets out the routine operational work of the Commission, which is mainly to hear objections to tentative decisions that were issued by CSF Counsel. The Commission also reviews CSF metrics at each meeting and monitors performance to ensure operational benchmarks are met. And at its September meeting, the Commission will also evaluate and provide input on the proposed revised CSF rules that are up for a vote later today. The Commission's work supports the State Bar's strategic goal of protecting the public by strengthening the attorney discipline system. And I'm happy to provide any answers to any questions.
Are there any questions, or do I hear a motion? there's no discussion, perhaps a motion in a second.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Motion by Vice Chair Tony, second by Trustee Grande. Vote, please.
Grande,
Aye.
Sewell,
Aye.
Tony,
Aye.
Cisneros.
Aye.
With 4 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. And that
Thank you.
completes our agenda for today, and this meeting will be adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Good morning and welcome to the July 16th Finance Committee of the State Bar. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. Can I request a roll call from our committee coordinator, Sam, to sort of establish a quorum?
Barahona. Present. Gore. Absent. Grande. Grande also absent. Giorgiello.
Present.
Sowell.
Present.
We have a quorum, Chair.
Very good. May I ask if there are any members of the public wishing to make public comment in front of the Finance Committee today?
It looks like we do not have any public commenters today.
Okay, then I'm going to dispense with. All right. With that, I think the next, if there are no members of the public wishing to make public comment, I think the next item on the agenda is the chair's report, if I'm correct. And all I will say that I do not have a chair's report today, but I will say that there are two items before us that are pretty hefty. And we've allotted a fair amount of time in the Finance Committee to work through these items. They are both discussion items. They are not action items. And so with that, I think we will move to the next order of business on the agenda, which is a review of the minutes. And if members of the committee have had a chance to look at the minutes, I'd welcome a motion to approve the minutes.
Trustee Sowell, just to note, Trustee Grande has joined the meeting.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Motion on the minutes?
I'll move the minutes.
Get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Barahona, second by Trustee Grande. Sam, would you call the roll, please?
Barahona.
Aye.
Gore. Not present. Grande.
Aye.
Giorgiello.
Abstain.
Sowell.
Aye.
3 ayes and 0 nays. The minutes are adopted.
Very good. Next order of business is item 3.1, discussion of noncompliance fees and State Bar Rule 2.16 waivers. And this item is going to be presented by Special Counsel Steve Moed.
Thank you very much. I do have a PowerPoint that will be up shortly. This is an informational and discussion only item. I do want to get the committee's input on potential future changes, however. So there are two questions in particular that we're going to be looking at: whether to explore alternative fee models and also whether to make amendments to the rules to broaden the category of waivers that we can process. These are the list of topics. There are a number of them to get through, and I want to leave time for discussion, so I will try to move through these topics as quickly as possible, but please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions. So years ago, the renewal process, the attorney annual renewal, meant two things. You pay your fees, and every third year you report your MCLE. Since then, new requirements, each with their own independent legal authority, have been added by both the legislature, the Supreme Court, and the board. The multiple non-compliance fees that you see here means that people can be assessed multiple non-compliance fees in a single cycle, meaning they can stack. And we'll discuss that more later. It's also important to note that after the June 30th final deadline, there is also a reinstatement fee, and that means reinstatement fees can stack too. So we'll just please keep that in mind. In evaluating the fee structure, one has to consider that the obligations vary depending on a licensee's status. So the reportable period is generally the prior calendar year. So for someone that may be on voluntary inactive status now, but they were required to comply with CTAP and pro bono reporting because they were active last year. So that dictates that obligation. Annual fees are waived for voluntary inactive licensees who are over 70, but those same licensees may still owe CTAP or pro bono for the same reason that they were active during last year. Despite the language in the statutes and rules governing the attorney record verification that refers to, quote, licensees in general. Historically, the State Bar has not applied the attorney record verification reporting requirement to licensees who are voluntarily inactive, or as you will see on the next slide, involuntarily inactive. So this is a slide that has a lot of information on it. And so let me first define not eligible to practice, and that's that that's what this means. That is, the licensee has been suspended for discipline. They have been suspended for non-payment of annual licensing fees, or they have been involuntarily inactively enrolled due to noncompliance with a reporting requirement like CTAP, civility oath, etc. Effective this year, not eligible licensees are required to comply with CTAP reporting. And we'll talk about the impact that had more in just a second. So whether a licensee must comply with a reporting requirement in general depends on their status. And whether they are, and the reason that in this case, why they're not eligible to practice. For example, a licensee can be active for purposes of licensing fee assessment and MCLE, even if they are not entitled to practice. For example, if someone is suspended for non-payment, they are not entitled to practice, but under State Bar Rule 2.33, annual license fees accrue at the licensee's status prior to the suspension. So if they were active at the time that they were suspended, they would continue to accrue licensing fees at the active rate. Similarly, licensees suspended for non-payment who accrue fees at the active rate must report MCLE. And but if they are then subsequently enrolled as inactive for failure to comply with MCLE, and they remain inactive for that reason, they don't have to report MCLE in future years because they've already been involuntarily enrolled as inactive due to MCLE noncompliance. Another example, adding yet another layer, is if there's an active licensee who's involuntarily enrolled for MCLE, if there's an active licensee that is then involuntarily enrolled for MCLE in year one and remains not eligible for that reason, they will still need to comply with CTAP in year two, because as we just talked about, CTAP requires not eligible licensees to be enrolled or to comply with CTAP. But if they fail to do so in year two and they remain inactive for both MCLE and CTAP, they wouldn't have to do either of those going forward until they were brought back into compliance, reinstated. Hopefully that makes sense. I will say, hopefully that makes sense because it can be super confusing, and we are working with the Office of General Counsel on a license status cleanup project, and we hope to have some recommendations for rule and statutory changes sometime next year. So what obligations keep accruing and which do not? Not only do the reporting requirements vary depending on the licensee's status, but the reporting requirements behave differently over time. Annual license fees are cumulative. As we just talked about with 2.33 paren B, annual licensing fees keep accruing year over year after a non-payment suspension at the rate prior to suspension. A licensee isn't resuspended, but the fees continue and the non-payment penalty continues to accrue. CTAP is not cumulative, but as a result of the change this year, licensees who are not eligible to practice for some reason other than CTAP are pulled into the compliance group and have to comply. And that is this year, for the first time, they were pulled into that compliance group. Nearly half of the approximately 17,000, or rather approximately 17,000 of the 36,500 licensees who were assessed a non-compliance fee for CTAP this year were those not eligible, people who were already not eligible for some other reason. That's going to be important to keep in mind later. Once enrolled as inactive for CTAP, a licensee is not then pulled into subsequent CTAP compliance groups and is not repenalized year after year for their non-compliance. But in order to be reinstated to return to either active or voluntary inactive status, they have to complete all missed reporting. So if they went if they were moved to involuntary inactive due to CTAP noncompliance in 2024, and in 2027, they submit a reinstatement form, they're going to have to do 2024, 2025, and 2026. And depending on when they do it, potentially 2027 as well, before they're reinstated. The MCLE, civility, and attorney record verification are not cumulative, and the requirements are one time. And by that, I mean a licensee is not pulled into subsequent compliance groups while inactive for noncompliance with that requirement. And to be returned to active or voluntary inactive status, the licensee needs to only satisfy the missed period for MCLE. So the 25 hours for the one period that they were supposed to comply, or the most recent period for civility and attorney record verification. We thought it didn't make sense for them to make somebody go back and complete 7 civility oath requirements when they essentially declare that they intend to be civil going forward. So again, before we talk about changing the fee structure, we need to talk about how much we do to keep licensees from ever incurring non-compliance fees in the first place. Before a licensee was assessed any non-compliance fees in 2026, we sent them at least 4 email reminders between February 1st and March 25th, and 5 if they were late with CTAP reporting in 2025. So we sent an extra one to that group at the early stages in January of 2026 saying, please, comply with your reporting early and often. Before a licensee could be suspended for non-payment or inactively enrolled for the other 4 reporting requirements, CTAP, civility, MCLE, and attorney record verification, the state bar would have sent the licensee at least 17 email notices and 6 mailed letters. Now, again, that's assuming they're hitting all of those requirements. They haven't done any of them. That's what that would be. But that is a significant effort on our part, and it is a significant number of notices to the licensees. The fees are, to be clear, an effort to ensure compliance. It is not a revenue strategy. And as you can see, if the licenses are not in compliance, there is more work that we must do to get them into compliance, namely the additional notices that are sent. And then we'll talk more about what we need to do to get them into compliance if they are actually inactively enrolled in June. We have also built tools so licensees can see exactly where they stand. The compliance tracker, which you see on the left side of the screen here, is on the My State Bar profile landing page. And this is the first thing that you see when you log into your profile. It is color-coded. It is gray saying to be completed before the deadline. Orange is action required. Red is past due after the deadline, and green is completed. And you'll see here that this is somebody's profile who has completed everything. The same thing is for the compliance dashboard is true. This is a special page, as you'll see at the top in the dark blue banner on the home page. There's a tab for compliance dashboard. There's a place they can go, and there's a tile for each of the requirements with specific reminder information, and again, a color-coded guide to let people know what they have completed and what they have yet to complete. So when the question comes up, did licensees have a clear way to know what obligations they had and where they were with those obligations? I hope the answer is yes, and we've been working diligently to make sure that the answer is. We've also taken a number of steps to make reporting easier and more intuitive. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into all of them in detail, but it is important to note that one deliberate choice we made was not to change the functionality of the CTAP reporting this year. As you may know, CTAP was started in 2022 for the 2023 renewal cycle and has been through a number of iterations and refinements. And we opted this year not to make any changes so that licensees could build familiarity after several years of change. I also, because this is the Finance Committee and we are talking about fees, it's important also to talk about resources. And again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into much detail, but suffice it to say that during the renewal cycle, much of the Division of Regulation, most of the people in the Division of Regulation work nearly full-time on compliance, and the contact center is pulled into this work too. A significant portion of their work is supporting the annual, the attorney annual renewal. So this table largely shows that the non-compliance fee system works. With two exceptions, more than 90% of licensees completed each requirement by the deadline. If the 17,000 not eligible licensees, again, those are licensees who were already not eligible for some reason other than CTAP, had not been included in the compliance group and therefore would be excluded from both columns, compliance group and and then it, wouldn't be, the percentage would be different based on the second column. It would have been over 90% for CTAP as well. And so the only remaining one was annual fees, which was 88%. That means that what we're really talking about here is how to get the last 10% of licensees into compliance. The problem, of course, is that because we have so many licensees, even 10% can mean, depending on the requirement that you're talking about, between 7,000 and 25,000 licensees who may be not compliant, even if you have a 90% compliance rate. So in 2026, we assessed approximately 103,000 non-compliance fees. Of course, as this board well knows, as this committee well knows, that does not mean that we will collect 103,000 non-compliance fees. Some may be waived, some already have been waived. And as we have seen in other contexts, others will go uncollected for many years and perhaps never be collected. So also keep that in mind. These 103,000 non-compliance fees were assessed against approximately 50,000 unique licensees. So let's look at how that compares to 2025. We assessed roughly 40,000 more fees, non-compliance fees, in 2026 than in 2025. But nearly 80% of that increase was the result of the new civility requirement. That's that red 14,669 number on the civility row, and the expansion of CTAP to include not eligible licensees. That's the 17,019 number in the CTAP row. In 2026, we assessed non-compliance fees to fewer unique active and unique inactive licensees than we did in 2025. The remaining increases in MCLE and annual fees are relatively small and could be just natural fluctuation. Obviously, keep in mind that the MCLE group is not the exact same number year over year. Each licensee reports every third year, and the groups are not necessarily the same size. So let's look at the interaction of these fees. As I mentioned, the multiple non-compliance fees means people can be assessed multiple non-compliance fees in a single cycle. 3 points about this stacking. Number one, significant stacking is relatively limited. Almost half of the 50,000 licensees assessed a fee missed only one deadline and were assessed only a single fee. That means there was no stacking for any of those licensees. A little more than a quarter, approximately 13,300, were assessed 2 non-compliance fees, equating to a non-compliance fee total of $212. Less than 28% of all licensees assessed a fee were assessed 3 or more non-compliance fees, and less than 5% of all licensees assessed a fee, that's 2,351 of those 50,000, were assessed 5 or more fees. This is less than 0.8% of all licensees. So the second point to think about is that stacking will decrease naturally. First of all, 16,500 not eligible licensees did not comply with the CTAP by the final June 30th deadline. That means that effective July 1, 2026, they were also involuntarily inactively enrolled due to CTAP noncompliance. If they remain noncompliant for CTAP, as we talked about earlier, they will not be pulled into future CTAP compliance groups. And that means that 10,000 and 8,000 number will naturally decline in that not eligible row because they will no longer be pulled into that CTAP compliance group. It's also important to note that licensees with significantly stacked non-compliance fees failed to complete several different obligations. So the number of licensees who were assessed 3 penalties, as you can see here, is smaller than those that were assessed 4 penalties. For the most part, these are people that logged in, complied with 1 or 2 requirements, and then were unable to, or for whatever reason, did not comply with 3 requirements. That's a relatively small group, at least compared to the ones above that. The licensees who were assessed 4 penalties, on the other hand, are licensees who likely only had 4 obligations, namely didn't have MCLE and didn't log in or comply with those requirements at all. The 5 are in the same situation, but also had the 5th requirement of MCLE. Now you'll note there are 6 and 7 penalties on here, but I want to point out that those 6 and 7 apply only to legal specialists. And obviously, as you can see it even at the 7, it was only 14 licensees. So those, for the vast majority, the maximum number of penalties is going to be 5. The practical consequence of these facts, particularly the natural reduction expected in stacking based on the non-compliance fee for CTAP for not eligible licensees, is that we may not want to base a permanent fee structure change on this year's snapshot. But just a thought. So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but we did some preliminary research about fees in other California regulators and then attorney licensing agencies in other states. Other California regulatory agencies have late fees that are frankly not significantly lower and in some cases are significantly higher than our late fees. Some also have grace periods. And what I mean by that is that they allow 30 days or 90 days or whatever it is before they take significant action. While we do not have a grace period, we do have, unlike the other regulatory agencies where the license expires on a particular day, we do have a 2-month renewal period. So our renewal period opens February 1 and closes in 2026. It closed at the end of March. So they have 2 months to go in and do what they need to do. And unlike the other professions where the license expires immediately, a law license is not suspended until July. That means 3 months after the deadline to renew, 5 months after the opening of the renewal cycle is when the action is finally taken against the license. One could argue that while we have no grace period for the fee, we let people continue to practice their profession for significantly longer without paying their licensing fees, for example, than other professional boards. So turning to attorney licensing agencies in other jurisdictions, contrary to the other California regulators, attorney regulators in other jurisdictions generally do charge a separate fee for CLE, which is what their equivalent of our MCLE, minimum continuing legal education, is called. However, it's unclear whether they charge a non-compliance fee for multiple reporting requirements aside from CLE. For example, they may fold in the updating of the attorney record verification into the annual registration, and that may be part of the then fee payment, for example. And without both those things being done, then that's the penalty for that. A lot of other jurisdictions don't have an equivalent of CTAP or a civility oath or things like that. If they were to adopt it, I don't know what their position would be on whether that would be a separate fee or part of the annual renewal. So these are 5 potential approaches to non-compliance fees. I also want to make clear that these are, at least for now, theoretical possibilities. The current fees are assessed in different ways through different mechanisms. For example, the non-payment and MCLE, those long-standing fees that we've had for decades, are assessed one way, quasi-automatically, although we can block it from applying to certain licensees in the AS400, the mainframe. And the others are assessed in a more manual batch process. And so if we were to combine those, that may cause some IT issues that we would need to resolve. But we can work on that. As a result, depending on where your guidance is, we'll have to talk to IT. So the next issue is 2.16. 2.16 has two tracks. First, staff is authorized to waive license fees under a specified amount for specific reasons, and the board reserves the right to grant, quote, good cause requests that staff denied or all other requests for waivers. Section A of 2.16 says that fees and penalties are to be construed narrowly and expressly excludes MCLE noncompliance fees and other fees that are added to the licensing fee. That's important to note. OGC recently opined, frankly, after the development of this PowerPoint, so just in case anything is confusing, that all other requests for waivers in 2.16H is limited to waivers of license fees and the non-payment penalty. So it essentially means that all other requests for waivers of annual license fees and related penalties, just like it says in A. So we'll need to keep that in mind as we discuss the next steps. So one additional piece of context is Rule 1.26 lets the executive director or their designee waive any Title II fee or penalty, including noncompliance fees, when it's in the interest of justice and the licensee didn't cause the circumstances. So this rule was intended primarily to cover technology issues where the state bar systems go down, people can't pay on time, things like that. But it could conceivably apply when a licensee is incapacitated, depending on how the board wants to interpret that or wants us to apply that. And I think one upshot of OGC's interpretation of 2.16 is that 2.16 and 1.26 would both benefit from some clarification and revision. I do have a question into OGC as to the application of this sort of incapacitation issue, and so I'll come back to you with that. On the other hand, I do not think that financial hardship would fall within 1.26 because all licensees have to pay the license fees, and therefore financial hardship is relevant. But licensees have a way to avoid for example, non-payment, non-compliance fees or CTAP non-compliance fees, and that is to comply timely. And so I don't know whether that would apply. So bringing this back to the finance context, there are really two issues. Whether staff, perhaps in consultation with a consultant, should evaluate alternative compliance fee models, non-compliance fee models, and if so, whether there are structures in which the board has a particular interest or in which the board is not interested. And to help set up this discussion, I wanted to provide you with the budgeted and actual non-compliance fees for 2025 and 2026. As we have talked about before with the full board, or as I have with the full board previously, every year we budget a relatively small amount for non-compliance fees because every year our goal is to get people into compliance without charging non-compliance fees. And every year until now, I've been a little disappointed in that we have had to assess non-compliance fees. So 2025, we budgeted approximately $2 million. The actual turned out to be 5.5 million. Despite my desire to keep the budget low in 2026, it was increased to 3 million, and I understand why, because it needs to reflect the reality on the ground, and that is that we collected 5.5 million in 2025. In 2026, year to date, the actual amount, it's as of May, is 5.2 million. So again, while we do not charge non-compliance fees to supplement the budget, the reality is that if we collapse to a single fee per cycle, for example, we may under-recover the real cost of multi-item compliance work, which could put upward pressure on licensing fees. Further, folding these costs into the licensing fee would dilute the deterrent purpose of the penalty, or could, and may end up increasing the noncompliance fee cost to the 3/4 of licensees who complied with all but one or two requirements, and instead would benefit licensees who failed to comply with most of the requirements or all 5 requirements. The second discussion point is dependent on the outcome of the first, because if we're going to go with only a single fee, there's really no point in considering whether we should have a policy that would allow the waiver of other noncompliance fees. But if you do want to adopt a variant that includes multiple fees, there is a policy question as to whether the board wants to provide a waiver avenue for those other noncompliance fees that doesn't fall into 1.26. And you certainly can, but I think that would have to be a separate rule. So the references to amending 2.16, I think probably would not apply here, and it would instead be creating a different rule. One practical concern is that the board may be inundated with requests for waivers where the quote good cause is that the licensee feels they deserve a waiver after quote paying dues for decades, or because they haven't been late before, things along those lines. That may or may not be a good reason for a waiver, but it's something that we should probably consider in determining the rule if one follows. With that, I'll open it up for discussion. A few questions to sort of get you started. Is stacking fair, right? The fact that we are stacking noncompliance fees within a year. Does stacking serve a compliance purpose? While we do not assess noncompliance fees for revenue, what would the revenue impact be of a single or a graduated fee? And is there, I would point out that there is a difference between not receiving a fee because 100% of licensees comply timely, and there is no effort to get them into compliance or to reinstate them, while still having to do, versus having one fee while still having to do that work, if that makes sense. I know that was rushed, and I apologize.
Mr. Moore, I appreciate the presentation. I definitely want to open the discussion up to my colleagues. I will say that this is not exactly straightforward.
It's not.
And maybe I do have one question, maybe just to set a sort of a foundation, and I definitely want to open up to my colleagues. You know, having been on the finance committee, I always just sort of think of the annual fee. As we look at all the different categories by which we may charge a late fee for non-compliance, are there specific fees that are attached that stack onto the annual fee for each one of those? So the annual fee is a base amount, and is there an additional fee for MCLE? Is there an additional fee? What is the, how does that work? Because I think that also will help us in terms of the stacking question.
Yeah, great question, and you're right. It is anything but straightforward. I actually was, as I was planning this, I was hoping it was going to be relatively short, and as I was digging in and trying to convey the information, it was clear it was not going to be short. So I appreciate you indulging me. The annual licensing fees is one amount. It is set by the legislature, and that is the fee that we collect for the licensing fee. There are also these other requirements that people have to, with which people have to comply. There are 5. One of them is the payment, timely payment of that licensing fee. Others are reporting requirements, and if they timely comply with those reporting requirements, there is no addition to the fee. The people may pay for continuing education that they then report to us. But that's not, they don't necessarily pay it to us. We are a provider of continuing education, so conceivably they might, but it's not associated with the annual fee or the attorney annual renewal. So hopefully that answers your question. If they fail to comply timely, a fee is added, and they have to pay that in conjunction with their annual licensing fee. And if they don't meet that requirement and pay the non-compliance fee by June 30th, they would then be either suspended in the case of non-payment or inactively enrolled in the case of the other requirements. And in order to be reinstated, they would have to pay the non-compliance fee, the reinstatement fee, and complete the reporting requirement.
Got it. I'm ready. Who wants to start?
Thank you so much for the information. I guess my first question is there a correlation between those licensees that have not paid the compliance fees and those that are in the discipline system? Is there a connection?
So if they have been previously disciplined, they fall into that not eligible category. And so some of them may have been pulled into CTAP this time. Another thing that we are finding is that there are a lot of people who went inactive years ago, decades ago. It may be because they were approaching 70 and they said, I'm going to resign. It may be, or not resign, but I'm going to, retire. But they went inactive maybe. There are other people who moved to other states and are practicing in other states and just went inactive in California. At some point, they may have stopped paying. They became not eligible because they were suspended for non-payment. And for the first time, they're being pulled into the CTAP reporting group. If you're talking about just somebody involved in discipline who has a pending case, they would have their underlying status, be it active or inactive, and they may or may not be here. I don't know who all has involvement with the discipline system, not being an OCTC, and so I don't have that statistic, if you will.
I guess I asked that because if our response, I guess the compliance responsibilities are really important for licensees to stay on top of.
Yes.
And it's really lovely to hear that 90% are, but if those 10% are to a certain degree involved in some of these discipline issues, I think that we have to look at that really closely, because I guess I would think that we'd want to be a bit more aggressive, perhaps, in our fee structure for those that are in non-compliance, because we want to make sure that there's no bad actors out there. We would want to limit sort of, I guess, the possibility of that or decrease. So that was one question I had. And then the other is, you send so many different reminders. You said 17, I think, at some point. I just have some curiosity around text reminders. Is that something that you all have considered or have done?
Great question. Yes, we are looking into that now. And of course, if I have somebody who has opened 5 reminders before the deadline, before the March 30th deadline, and looked at the email that we sent them, and generally we can tell whether they have opened them, and they have not acted, even though they've opened the email, I'm not sure that a text message will get them over that hump, but that's not a reason not to do it. And so we are looking at the associated cost and things like that. People would have to opt in, I believe, as opposed to opting out. And so, even next year, it would only be people that opt in between now and next year. It would really be the following year after they go through the attorney renewal cycle, the attorney annual renewal next year, where they would be able to opt in, and then we'll see the payoff of that. But I hope to have something in place in time to do that for next year.
Okay. And then my last question before I pass it is, how do fees that have not been paid sit on our books? How does that?
I might have to defer to somebody from finance on that. I know on the individual licensee side, they sit on there as it's something that would need to be paid the following year in order to get reinstated and back to whatever voluntary status they want, whether it be active or inactive. So, but as far as more technical sitting on the books, I defer. I will, to your earlier comment about the importance or the significance of these 2 bad actors, I'm not going to say that if somebody doesn't submit their declaration because for civility because they forgot about it, that they're necessarily going to go out and commit misconduct. maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Certainly, there's a reason that the Supreme Court and the Commission on Civility recommended that we have that, and so I think there is benefit to it. I don't know the correlation of that. I will say that CTAP, on the other hand, was specifically applied to the not eligible group because the Supreme Court wanted that. What they used to be exempt, and I submitted a rule change that said, well, we should at least get them before they return to active. We should go back and get all those years that they didn't comply. And the Supreme Court rejected that change and said, we're not sure that the exemption for not eligible licensees is appropriate in the first place. And you should consider that. And so we did, and that's what resulted in this change that pulled in 17,000 plus not eligible licensees for this year. But I do want to make clear, it's not a 1 year, rather it is a 1 year. It's not just first year, it's a 1 year deal. Because as I said, if they remain not eligible, they won't be pulled into the next compliance group or reassessed a non-compliance fee. And if they do, hopefully they'll be on the track that they will then comply going forward.
Thank you.
Trustee Grande?
Hi. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the work that you put into this presentation. It's very, very helpful. I was wondering if we could get a breakdown of with the people who did not comply in terms of practice areas, what practice areas they're in, and size of firms. Are we talking about solos, mid-sized firms, large firms? Because you know, full transparency, I'm one of those people that opened those emails, and you know, I do immigration law, and there's, you know, I have calls coming in because someone's been detained, right? Like I have these things that are very urgent. And it wasn't until I like some of the attorney groups that I'm in that someone posted like a question about something, and then all these people are like, what are you talking about? What's this? What's that? Right? So I'm just wondering if we could get that data, because I think that could support where the knowledge gaps are. And also with all the tickets that were open, these calls and these messages, do we have data in terms of what types of inquiries they were, so that we can look at, you know, what processes could be implemented? And the last piece I'm wondering is if a part of the licensing for next year, if we could, I don't remember if there is this question, but if we could ask, do a survey that's a mandatory part of the survey where people have to rate how easy it is to understand their requirements, and where we ask for feedback, so that we can hear from these people, you know, these licensees that are paying these fees, and without maybe a lot of extra work, like sending emails, asking for surveys.
So I certainly don't have anything in terms of what practice sectors or anything else at the moment. That may be something that we can get that we can work with ORS to give them the list of unique licensees. And then if, depending on what information they've provided us, if they have practice sectors and including firm size or practice areas, then we can try to match that up. To your point about, you know, doing outreach, I think that's something that leadership and I have been talking about quite a bit recently, including potentially hiring a consultant to try to figure out, you know, why we're not reaching people, why they are opening our emails and are still not complying, and things like that, as well as to your final point about the complexity of trying to figure out how we can continue to make it easier. We definitely have made huge strides over the last 3 years with the compliance tracker, the compliance dashboard, trying to streamline the CTAP reporting, including adding the screening question where if it doesn't apply to you, you go directly from the first question to submitting your declaration, and you never see the which accounts do you have type of thing. So those are all options, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had a question just on how the stacking works mechanically. So I'm a licensee. I get the 17 notices, and they're very effective, I might add. So I have the $600 renewal fee. Let's say I don't do my CTAP. I go in, I pay my $600, and then I get busy, and I don't finish my my online registration. So now I owe another $100 and $106 on top of that.
Yes.
So let's say I'm up for MCLE that year, and I forget to do that too. So now I owe $212
On top of the
on top of that.
$598.
So my 600 base fee, and I'm stacking fees for each item of non-compliance in a year.
That is the current practice, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's exactly why we're here.
So the question I had was, actually I had two questions. 10%, my first reaction was that's actually 90% is pretty good. But then I started thinking about the number of licensees, exactly as you said, and that's a lot of people. Is it the same group year on year that doesn't comply, or do you track who's not complying? Do you have a way to look at that? It's a variation of what Trustee Grande was asking. Who's the 10%?
Yeah, so I don't have great figures on that, and I don't have great figures on that because it hasn't been relevant before in terms of we don't have a fee structure based on prior history of non-compliance, right, which is one of the potential options that we could do is, okay, if it's your third time that you haven't complied, your fee is going to be higher. And at that point, we'd have to track it. We haven't been tracking it. I will say that I get a lot of people who are talking to me about saying, hey, I didn't do it, but it's the first time I haven't done anything. Or it's the first time I've been assessed a non-compliance fee, I'd like it waived. I also have a lot of people who I can see have done it, have failed to comply with at least one requirement 5 or 6 times in the last 10 years, right? So, but that's anecdotal. I can certainly see what we can do to get, more statistical evidence, but I don't have it now.
I was just more curious. I guess my last question was, I know that you had said at one point in your presentation, this is not meant to be a revenue generating vehicle, but $5 million is what I think you said?
Yes.
I mean, that's a very large sum. Where does that sit on our books?
I, again, have to defer to finance on that.
And how is that money deployed?
Again, I assume it's a general fund issue,
Yes.
but I'll defer to finance on that.
We accounted for this year, so it's been, I think, what is the average? 5.2 or 5.3 since 2024, 25, and 26. That is higher than we've seen before, but also keep in mind, in those years, we were adding CTAP, civility, the newer requirements that Steve went over earlier. So we account in the budget, when we project in the budget, we projected $3 million for this year. It is higher than was projected. The money does go to general fund. And it not necessarily earmarked for anything. It could be, as Steve said, like the consultant to look at the structure, to look at the outreach. We could use it for that type of funding, but it's not specifically earmarked for a particular item.
I will add one piece to your point about what we know about prior history. I neglected to mention that we do know one thing about prior history, and that is that I told you that we sent an additional reminder to people who failed to comply with CTAP timely last year in January. And that was sent to about 15,000 people and in January of 2026. So I know at least that much. There are that many people that didn't comply with it last year that we sent, some of them did not comply again this year. But I'd have to look for specific numbers.
And can I add a couple things here, if helpful? So to Steve's point just now about the CTAP people and doing this early outreach. So Steve did point out the volume of outreach we get. That didn't happen in January or February or frankly, probably the first half of March either. And so one thing we could do is, this is a fees conversation, a late fees conversation, but we could also talk about other touch points for earlier outreach. So last year we did early outreach to those CTAP individuals who had failed to comply the year prior. But we could, perhaps explore doing outreach to anyone who failed to comply in timely in 2026, with the goal of those people reaching us when we're frankly less busy, right? We have 10 really dedicated staff people to field these licensee questions during this, depending on your perspective, either protracted or compacted timeline in which licensees are requested to do the annual renewal. I do want to just step back for a minute, and Steve raised this at the very beginning. So, when many of our attorney board members became licensed, there were two requirements, right? It was pay your dues, or now what we call your license fees, and do MCLE every 3 years. As we deunified from the California Lawyers Association and became a regulatory agency, we have added many regulatory requirements. And so that includes CTAP, now civility, the attorney record information data, and so on and so forth. And with those regulatory requirements, these are the fees that are a result of those. So I do think, we should be talking about how we want these late fees to exist and how they interrelate with each other. But I do think at a high level as well, it's, to what Trustee Barahona and others have said is, as a regulatory organization, are these things important for us to have licensees do? And if they aren't doing them, what is the carrot to incentivize? And then do we need to have a stick to get them to do so in a timely fashion for the purposes of regulation?
To Erica's point, the attorney record verification fee was added relatively recently, but to the State Bar Rule 2.2, and there's a statute, and Rule 9.9 of the California of the Rules of Court have all said that is an annual requirement of licensees, and within 30 days of a change for a long time, like decades. But people weren't doing it, so the board approved a fee for non-compliance with that. Now, does that mean that we couldn't fold that into the non-payment fee and call it the renewal fee? And, if you don't do either one, you get the fee? Maybe. But there are also rules about conceivably at least the reinstatement for non-payment in statute. And so we'd have to look at all of that.
In the interest of time, I know we're going to have to close this item out because we also have another fairly meaty item to get to. But I want to make sure that you're getting the direction that you need, Mr. Moad, because this is a discussion item, and one of the questions you posed was, is stacking fair? And from what I can gather and what I can see is that at some point in time, even I'm not a lawyer and I don't have to pay necessarily pay these fees for non-compliance. At some point in time, if you're in non-compliance across 4 or 5 of these things, you basically have you're doubling your licensing fee.
And if it goes till after June 30th, it's more than double. Yes, yeah, for sure.
And so I do think that there probably is something to this question about fairness, maybe around the stacking issue and how we stack it. And so I'd be very interested in I know you provided within the presentation, different types of ways of looking at the fee structure, or the non-compliance fee structure. I would be probably interested in seeing that built out a little bit more, just to have a better understanding of what a graduated fee might look like, et cetera, and maybe or stacking, but maybe at a reduced level, those types of things, because maybe there's certain well, I don't necessarily know if I want to go there, but what I was going to say is that maybe there are certain requirements that are more prioritized than others. We want you to get through these, so I don't know if for the lawyers on the committee, I don't necessarily know if that that makes sense or not, but that was just sort of a thought. The other thing that strikes me in all this is that is this a ton of work? I mean, having 6 or 7 different things that you have to comply with, MCLE in particular and others. I mean, are we talking like an additional 40 hours a year of additional sort of work that you have to go through? Or I don't have a sense of what of what actually the requirements,
So for a licensee, if I'm going to go on and do my requirements, MCLE, I believe, is 25 per 3 years. So that's 25 hours spread over 3 years. As Steve said, we're a provider, but there are many, many providers of MCLEs, other bar associations, California Lawyers Association, et cetera. I would say, taking the civility oath, doing the attorney reporting requirements, those are fairly short. The oath, you read through it, you click, yes, I agree. The reporting requirements is making sure we have your most up-to-date information so that we are able to contact you. CTAP, I personally have not had to report CTAP. That could take a little bit longer because it requires you to have bank account information. Some folks have their firms doing it through agency billing. I don't have an estimate on that time. Steve might, but it still is not, to answer your question, I don't think it's not 40 hours a year. I mean, even if you split up the 25 hours of MCLE across a year, it's 8 hours, and that's a very long-standing requirement. So it's not a huge increase for the most part. And like I said, MCLE has been a long-standing requirement.
The other thing that just strikes me to other points that committee members have made and Erica made as well, which is, I mean, this is a very recent phenomenon that, we've had these spikes. This is really just the last couple of years. And it does seem like it correlates to these additional requirements but from what I'm just hearing from our executive director, I mean, it's not like it's an inordinate amount of effort that has to go into this. And so I do think we need to examine the stacking issue. I don't want to do away with late fees because I think that's important, and as Mr. Moad mentioned and others, I mean, we aren't trying to raise revenue off of this, I mean, this is not a part of our, plan to balance our books here, this is just sort of the way we have to go about doing business and making sure that we're interacting with our licensees in the appropriate manner. I don't know if other members of the committee, I know we have to move to our next item, but if there are other issues or other points of direction that you'd like to try to provide, Mr. Moad. I mean, I do believe that we need to continue this conversation with some of the requests that members of the committee have asked for in terms of additional information, those sorts of things like that. But would also just open it up to others if they have some direction they'd like to try to give Mr. Moad.
I'll just, to your questions, I would just say, I personally am inclined towards the stacking. It's not that hard to do, to comply. And you really have to wonder that's why I asked the question about who's that 10%. It's not that burdensome. I'm disinclined to increase the waivers. You do, if 17 is the number, you do there's a lot of notice to get this stuff done. The one thing I would think is worth some exploration, though, is what Arnie had mentioned, which is I don't know that $106 is the right number for CTAP versus the civility oath. So the CTAP is you read the oath and you click, right? That's all you have to do.
For civility, yes.
Versus CTAP, which is enormously important that you put your put your bank account information in. Maybe those numbers need to be different for compliance purposes.
Others? Trustee Grande?
Yes. I think I would just highlight this additional information because I think I think the stacking may make sense, but I think there's an opportunity for us to look at how we can do more work on the preventative of preventing these fees because I mean, I don't know if I would say that they're overly burdensome, but First, I do know for a lot of my colleagues that are first gen attorneys, that are solos, that this is even though once you get into it, it's not confusing, it can be very overwhelming for people. And there is a lot of fear, I would say in particular with first gen attorneys, about messing something up. So even though I know the bar does provide a lot of information, and I do direct my colleagues to, you know, the all of the resources that are on the State Bar website, I think that there are just certain challenges for different groups, and I would want the data so we can really hone in on who needs that additional support, so we can direct our energy to those areas.
You think you have enough to go on, Mr. Moed?
I do.
All right. I think the only other thing I would just add, and I think it's in keeping with what various colleagues have brought up, is ways to sort of disaggregate this data a little bit, you know, in terms of, as Trustee Grande mentioned, you know, who small firms, you know, solos, those sorts of things like that. But also, you mentioned folks that may be kind of serial non-compliers, you know, or as a result of being, you know, inactive, you know, are there ways to, you know, because maybe that we're really only talking about trying to get to 3 or 4% of folks.
Great. Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
Okay, we got another one. So this is item 3.2, and this is a discussion of the 2026 General Fund fee increase analysis. And I think Chief Financial Officer Araceli Montoya Chico and Justin, both of you are presenting this one. Is that all right? All right, very good. You're on.
Okay, now we're on. Yes. Good morning, Finance Committee members. My name is Araceli, and I have Justin here, who's our Finance Director, who's going to help me co-present a few of the slides that we have prepared for you today. This is a discussion item only, and it is the discussion of the 26 General Fund fee increase recommendations after the analysis that my office performed. I wanted to give a little bit of background on, you know, since a lot of the Finance Committee members, I think, are new since the last time we did the fee review and the policy that came about. So just for a little bit of background, in 2023, the board adopted a policy to make sure we're reviewing any program where we charge a service fee, to make sure we review it every 3 years, so a triennial review. As you may recall, we did the admissions fee program a little bit ahead of schedule because of you know, the fiscal position that the admissions fund found itself last year because of the bar exam. But so the admissions fees were assessed last year. This is now the time to assess the general fund program fees. And I also wanted to plug in the reminder that the state auditor, in 2023 also reviewed the general fund programs, and their recommendation was to make sure that we continue to evaluate the service fees to ensure we have cost recovery across all programs. And their aim was to make sure we're not relying on mandatory license fee revenue, which to some extent has been late fees, to support some of the programs that have been operating at a deficit. So along with that policy, in between the review years, the board also adopted a policy to make sure we're adjusting all of these programs by the CPI, annually by the CPI. So this also came about in 2023. And that just basically said between the review years, apply the CPI, the current, and it's consistent, the same, we use the same consistent CPI annually to increase all of the fees for each of the programs. Where legally authorized, of course. So the last review we did was in 2023, and at that point in time, all of the programs that were reviewed were ultimately approved to have a fee increase. So this is a summary of all of the programs that we reviewed this year. I'm not going to list all of them, but on your left-hand side, these are the seven programs we did review. There are 2 that we excluded this year, and these are the largest general fund program fees, programs, and that's the limited liability partnership and law corporations. There are a lot of data collection challenges, particularly after we transitioned those 2 programs into agency billing. So we really didn't have accurate data, counts and revenue to be able to properly assess or analyze this program for cost recovery. So while that data gets cleaned up, we will reevaluate these two programs in 2027 to determine if a fee increase is necessary. So moving on very briefly to highlight the review methodology. What we do is we analyze all of the program's revenues and expenses to determine, are they breaking even, or if not, what would the fee need to be for them to break even at minimum. We also evaluate any other operational considerations that could affect the program's performance or future costs. So if there's, for example, a one-time implementation of a software, a particular program would need, we would take that into consideration. And we also try to compare the fees that other jurisdictions charge for similar services wherever we could find that information. So before I get into all of the programs, Attachment A has a summary of all of the programs, and I kind of want to just really quickly walk through it before I go into my slides. But in Attachment A, you will see the current fee for all of the programs that we charge today, followed by what the break-even point for each of the programs and their respective fees would be. And then because we apply the CPI in between years, we have a column for what the fees would be in 27 if we only applied the CPI. And then we have the staff recommended fee. And you will see subsequent years of 2028 and 2029, because we have been directed to make sure we look not just in the next year, but in several years forward. So we wanted to present 3 years worth of information based on the recommended fee. So really what you see in 28 and 29 is the CPI applied to the staff recommended fee. So that's what Attachment A shows. So for the Finance Committee, we're asking to review the proposed fee increases, the recommendations that we're putting forth, and provide feedback, because this item does need to go back to the board in September to ultimately approve all of the fee recommendations. It will actually need to come back to Finance Committee also in September to formally recommend that to the board, and then for the board to approve. So if there's any changes to what we're recommending today, we would make those in between now and the September meeting, where they will be formally adopted. So moving on to this is a summary of the recommendation for all of the programs, the 7 programs that we did review. We believe that, as of right now, the current fee levels on most of the programs are appropriate. There is only one program that we are recommending besides the annual CPI, and that's the MCLE provider certification. There are only two programs that are actually currently breaking even, and that's going to be the Certificate of Standing and Legal Specialization programs. And then the remaining programs are currently operating at a deficit. 2 in particular, which is lawyer referral services and mandatory fee arbitration, those are what we consider public protection or public services. So they generally have been operating at a deficit. And I do want to highlight that in making these recommendations, we did look at the general fund's overall financial position before we decided what fee would be appropriate to recommend to the Finance Committee. So I'll go first into MCLE provider. This is the only program that we are recommending for a fee increase beyond the CPI. The MCLE provider certification program has single activity providers and multiple activity providers that are categorized between profit and nonprofit. So that's why you see the fees here different. Obviously, because there's nonprofit and for-profit, we purposely wanted to have a lower fee for the nonprofit providers. We didn't recommend a break-even fee increase. That would be a 210% increase for the program to break even from what it currently is. So we wanted to be a little bit more in the middle, and we recommended a lower increase of about 25% for nonprofits and 50% for for-profit providers. This does improve the cost recovery for this particular program. And decreases the deficit in here by about 24% if the recommendation proposed here would be adopted. Now I'm going to move on to the programs that we're recommending a CPI increase only. I'm going to start with LRS and MFA. LRS is the lawyer referral services, and MFA is the mandatory fee arbitration. These programs are, we want to make sure that they are kept affordable because they are a public access to legal services. LRS specifically, they help the public identify qualified legal representation. And MFA, it offers an affordable mechanism that helps resolve attorney-client disputes. So raising these fees too high might discourage utilization of the programs, and this is for the public. So we want to make sure that we have access to these important programs for the public. They are important resources. So for those reasons, these programs are recommended to just have a CPI increase. And all of the numbers here are really just the different fees within each program. Okay, moving on to certificates of standing and legal specialization. These are the two programs that are currently breaking even. They're slightly above break even. So obviously we're not recommending any fee increase beyond the CPI. And it's really, as you can see, they're not significant increases. So right now, because their revenues are covering their expenses, these are just recommended to have a CPI increase, which is in accordance with the policy. This is what we call the education program, which has multiple fees within it. There's new attorney training that we have here as NAT, disciplinary education, and MCLE attorney education. The reason this program overall is in deficit, it's operating at a deficit. However, these are fees that are primarily applicable, for example, for new attorney training. It's for attorneys that are entering their first year of practice. They have incurred significant taking the bar exam, applying for their license, and other admission costs. So we wanted to make sure that in their first year entering the profession that we also kept this new attorney training fee reasonable. So we only proposed the CPI for this one. On the disciplinary education, these are attorneys that are already subject to disciplinary costs. So just to try to, support the rehabilitative purposes and making sure that the education programs, that they're able to use the education programs and comply timely, we didn't want to increase the disciplinary education fee too high. So we decided on also recommending the CPI. And then finally, for MCLE attorney, these fees are already either comparable or even higher than some other jurisdictions we looked at, so we didn't think it was appropriate to increase it much more other than the CPI. The last program before I hand it over to Justin is the voluntary resignation fee. This is a program that we are in the process of implementing the system to receive the payment. So it is a program that hasn't quite been implemented. So for that reason, we have limited data since given it hasn't formally been fully implemented. So we want to just sort of table any increase to this other than the CPI, and just reevaluate this at the next review period, at the next triennial review. And by then we'll have 3 years worth of data at least, or around that time frame, 3 years worth of data to be able to properly analyze whether this fee is sufficient to cover the expenses once the program is fully implemented. So this one, we're also only recommending the CPI increase. And now I'm going to turn it over to Justin as we talk about late fees and alternative funding options.
Thanks, Araceli. This discussion will piggyback off of the discussion that we had with Steve earlier talking about late fees. The CPI-only recommendation for most programs was a deliberate policy choice. We prioritized affordability and access to public protection services over pushing every program to break even. That choice only works because the general fund can absorb these deficits today, with the emphasis on today. The analysis showed the general fund supports current operations even with several programs running below cost recovery. And that reason is because of the late and non-compliance fees. They have averaged about $5.3 million over the last 2 years. Combined, the programs that Araceli referenced have a $1.1 million deficit, which is about 20% of that $5.3 million average. If the recommendations were implemented, that deficit from 1.1 drops to 0.8, and so that's really 16% of that 5.3 million. I did have my staff run preliminary numbers for June, so we were, and the preliminary numbers for June is about $6.8 million in late and non-compliance fees, which is up from the 5.1 that we had it through May. So we're at about 6.8 now, and that's as of a budget of 3 million. In July, we will get more revenue because that's when the reinstatement fees. We just recently suspended about 2,000 attorneys. So if they come back into practice, there will be more fees in July. So it is increasing. The late fee revenue matters for context. What gives the board room to make policy choices rather than being forced to mechanically cost recover. That flexibility lets you weigh break even versus the broader objectives of keeping public protection affordable. The caution is that this revenue is unpredictable. It rises and falls with licensee behavior and compliance, neither of which we control or want to encourage. It cannot and should not become the primary permanent funding source for any general fund program. It buys time and flexibility. It's not a funding model. The flexibility described, I haven't been moving the slides, I apologize. The flexibility described on a prior slide narrows considerably over the next 2 years. The structural pressures in the general fund, rising personnel costs, and the sunset of the $52 licensing fee in 2028 adds to that pressure. The general fund deficit is projected to grow from 1.4 million in 2026 to 7.5 million in 2027 to 19.2 million in 2028. At that scale, late fee revenue cannot bridge that gap. As those pressures grow, the general fund may need that late and non-compliance fee to hold the overall position and health of the general fund. So those are kind of the trade-offs, and the discussion that we want to have with the committee is how much do you want to rely on those late fees to cover these individual programs when knowing in the future there are large deficits that the general fund is facing. And from there, we'll open it up for a discussion.
Colleagues, thoughts?
I had one question, which is that you go program by program in terms of revenue, expense, deficit, surplus, and you make decisions sort of in that singular mode. Where could we think about, because all of these programs roll up to a total surplus or deficit, and that's actually what I think we need to be aiming for, is actually decreasing that deficit, to your point, as much as possible. And that might mean increases beyond the CPI that have been suggested. And so I do think that if we want to, I think we have to play really conservative and not be reliant on the late fees and limit that deficit position as much as possible. But from a total, we call it total org in nonprofits, right? From a total org level, where do I want to be? And I think for us, we need to, we will have to increase beyond the CPI in order to be in a conservative position so that we can sort of navigate all the rest of the deficit, challenges we will face.
Make a quick comment. And we looked at the programs individually, but our goal, if you look at attachment A, which is kind of where we have everything summarized, all of these programs, if we just apply the CPI, is roughly about $1 million deficit overall to the general fund for these particular programs. If we apply the recommendations we're presenting today, it drops down to about $800K. So we are cutting it down a little bit, not entirely, because some of these are public protection programs. We are still missing, like I said, Law Corp and LLPs, which have historically been in the black. So that might, once we reassess those programs, should they also be in the black, then they'll help obviously lower the general fund overall deficit for these programs. So we did consider what is the impact to the overall general fund if all of these programs are break even or only CPI or a combination of both.
Thank you. And I think we have to go beyond that, I guess is what I'm suggesting, to just be in a healthier or less precarious position, I should say.
Yeah.
Can I ask just a clarifying question, Trustee Barahona? The largest one you'll see is the MCLE providers. So you'll notice the break even on those would have been 210%. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. And so we opted not to make or to recommend a 210% increase and opted for 50% for the for-profits, because if they're a for-profit provider, we certify them, they can then go charge attorneys who attend their MCLE, and they're making money. Nonprofits don't always charge or charge a minimal. So we kept that lower for the nonprofit. So, and then we have other programs that are breaking even. Is it spreading the cost amongst all programs up a little bit, or really looking at those that are really lagging behind raise more?
I was going to suggest spreading across.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Others?
And I would point out that we would need to work with OGC on the raising of those fees to make sure that we're in line with all the different Prop 13 and everything else to make sure that we're abiding by the law.
One of the questions I have is that I want to make sure that we're looking at all of this in this broader context. And that is, as Trustee Barahona was just talking about, just the overall sort of deficit. You're coming back to us in September with other budget items or other discussion items that would have some interaction with this as well. I'm just trying to remember some of our prior conversations and what it is that's coming back to us that we're going to have in front of the Finance Committee that's also going to add more context to this discussion.
Coming to the Finance Committee and the board in September is our mid-year adjustment. So any budget amendments that we have that are unforeseen expenses or unforeseen revenue shortages, we bring that to the committee, and we also explain large variances. So that's what you're going to get in September is explanation of any variances where we've deviated budget. I think it's over 250,000. And then for any budget amendments, any increase on any program will come to the board to kind of see where we're at fiscally.
Am I misremembering it? At some point in time before we get out of the end of the year, we're going to have a larger budget discussion though, right?
I think that's the mid-year that you're probably.
Okay.
That's where we reassess the 6 months. Budget track.
For some reason, I was thinking we were going to have this much larger budget discussion in terms of trying to address the question of the deficit. Am I misremembering this?
No, I thought that was true as well.
And maybe it's before. I was thinking, but maybe before the end of the year. It might not just be in September. Am I?
So, Arnie, I think you may be thinking of what we need to look at for the license fee or potential fee increases coming up for 2027. Staff is going to be starting those discussions. I believe Eric RSLE will start putting that budget together very soon after September. So there will be a conversation about that. I don't know that it will be in September, but we will be looking at, really where for the licensing fees, where are the gaps? Extending the 52, is it above the $52?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. That is what I'm thinking about. Okay. For purposes today and this discussion item, I want to make sure that you're getting the direction from us that you need. I mean, at least as I see it, and I please other members please chime in. It seems like the approach that you're taking, with the some programs just being CPI, the MCLE potentially being higher in terms of raising fees, seems like it's the right approach to take it at this particular point in time. But also, clearly wanting to take into account what Trustee Barahona is talking about, which is this spread, and we might need to look at what that could mean if we were to attempt to try to go above CPI on some of the other programs, and what that might mean. But to me, at least, and I hate to say it this way, but given the fact that we know we're in a little bit better position on the late fees with the general fund, it feels like we might be able to punt this one up just a little bit for right now. I mean, I hate thinking about it that way, but at least in the near term, it feels like we're in a good position to be able to at least have some of those costs cover, or those revenues cover some of these costs as we plan for the longer term. But I want to make sure you're getting the direction that you need. And I also want to make sure my colleagues are sympathetic to what it is I'm saying.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, and And I did not mean to suggest you haven't done everything you can to get where you are. So I just want to be clear about that. I just think that we may need to go further, as uncomfortable as that is, because the decisions we make now impact our future in a lot of different ways. And if we can be more conservative on the front end and at least examine and have that sort of financial exercise occur and kind of compare this and figure out, well, what does this mean then long term? That might be really actually helpful to look at.
So just so that I am clear, the recommended fee for the programs are what you see in attachment A. Patty, are you saying, for example, the ones where we're just saying the CPI to go a little bit above the CPI, which the CPI, just for information, it was 3.6 as of the latest number that we were able to pull, to increase the fees so that then when we come back in September, I can show you both, hey, this is what I presented in July. I'm just saying we increased all the other ones 5% instead of 3.6. This is where it gets us. You want another comparison that's obviously not break even, because as you see, some of these break even numbers are significantly higher, but something above the CPI to try to close that deficit as much as possible, kind of sort of ignoring late fees.
Yeah, that would be my suggestion.
I mean, I'm comfortable with that, knowing that we do have the late fees as a backstop. You know, I'm comfortable at least looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be very useful.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah. So a third option. We have break even, we have what we recommended here, and then
Correct.
a third option. that
Correct.
tries to bridge the gap.
Yeah,
better where we
exactly.
are. Is there an emphasis, when we did this fee analysis for admissions, they really tried to lessen the impact on like the new attorneys, and whereas legal specialization or pro hoc vice, they felt like they could afford that. Are there any of the programs that you want us to kind of look at as, you know, more heavily or less heavily?
I think I trust the work that you'll do on that. I think for me it was like, is there any way to spread some of that across the board so that we're not seeing an impact so much in one program versus another? I don't know if that's possible, but I thought it might be helpful to take a look at that.
Okay, we'll work with OGT to see what's possible.
And can we just go back to the discussion about the larger issue around the annual fee? So we probably wouldn't see that before the end of the year. Is that true?
We're beginning staff discussions on that now. So the reminder, the $52 stays in the annual license fee through 27 billing cycle. We would lose it in 2028. So what we want to be able to do is go into the legislature starting early in 2027, as you know, Arnie, when the leg cycle is really going, and try to get, I don't know if it's an extension, if it's an increase. So we'll have those conversations. We will bring that back for discussions, whether it's Finance Committee, Board of Trustees. I don't want to guarantee it will be before the end of the year, but we may be able to bring some information in November. Does that sound right, Araceli?
Yeah,
I think that would be helpful if we could at least have maybe a preliminary discussion in November, because that does feed into this fuller context of where we are. All right, as we are, sometimes these feels like a little bit of one-off discussions without having that broader conversation. Okay. All right. Other members of the committee have additional sort of comments or questions? Araceli, Justin, you feel like you're in a good position walking out of this meeting with direction?
Very helpful.
I think this is our last item, and we're close to being on time. All right. So with that, we will adjourn the Finance Committee. Thanks, Sam.
Good morning, and welcome to the Board of Trustees meeting of the State Bar. It's Thursday, July 16th. As a reminder, this meeting is being recorded. Board Secretary Michelle, could we have a roll call, please?
Barahona. Present. Buenaventura.
Present.
Cisneros.
Here.
Good not present. Gore not present. Grande.
Here.
Harrison not present. Huser.
Present.
Harrison is here.
Harrison is present.
Huser.
Here.
Giorgello.
Present.
Sewell.
Present.
Stevens. Stevens not present. Tony.
Present.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is a call for public comment. Before we begin public comment, I'd like to remind everyone of some of the ground rules for speaking during this meeting. Under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, public comments must pertain to items that are on the agenda or be related to matters that are within the jurisdiction of this agency. Specifically, the board is the State Bar's governing body and is responsible for exercising oversight of the State Bar. The board, sitting as the Regulation and Discipline Committee, oversees the work of the attorney discipline system. Under the State Bar's policy regarding public comment, members of the public cannot cede their time to another speaker. Any attempts to deceive the board by disguising your voice, using different aliases or names to participate in public comment by extension are not allowed, as well as impermissible under the State Bar's policy against disruptive and/or disorderly conduct, which may result in the removal from the meeting. We appreciate your cooperation in maintaining a respectful and orderly environment for all attendees. State Bar will attempt to call members of the public in the order that they appear in the attendee pool. For those who are participating by Zoom video, you should have a function for virtually raising your hand. It is a hand icon and should appear at the bottom center of your screen. If you wish to address the board, please click on the hand icon now, and State Bar staff will call on you in the order that hands are raised. For those who are participating by phone, you may virtually raise your hand by pressing *9. That is the star key, then number 9. Doing so will alert staff that you'd like to make a comment, and State Bar staff will call on you and open your microphone so that you can address the board. For those who are participating from a noticed location, please alert the State Bar staff member present in the room you would like to make a comment. Under the State Bar's public comment policy, each speaker is allotted 2 minutes. Please note that staff will have an on-screen countdown timer visible to all attendees during the duration of your public comment. The timer's 2-minute countdown will begin as soon as you start your comment, and the on-screen timer will flash throughout the final 10 seconds. Michelle, do we know how many members of the public wish to make public comment?
We have 0 members that have signed up in advance. We have 3 raised hands, and then we need to confirm with our remote trustees if there are any in-person public commenters. Trustee Harrison? Trustee Harrison?
There are no in-person public commenters at my location.
Thank you. Trustee Grande?
No.
Thank you. Trustee Huser?
No.
Thank you. That brings us to our online raised hands. First up, we have Nadine Mazard. Nadine, your mic is enabled.
Yes, hello. My name is Nadine Mazard. I'm an attorney admitted in 4 other jurisdictions within the United States. I am making a public comment because throughout the whole process since February 2025, I believe that attorneys who are seasoned have been left out of this whole process of trying to figure out a way that would be a great remedy for individuals. And I do believe that there should be a better idea of reciprocity, and do know that I do understand that the commission and the court has come down that is something that has to be changed. There was some sort of push to do that back in February 2025. So I'm now once again just contacting to just be able to say that this is something that should be part of the agenda. I know on yesterday, July 15th, the court came down and said that in 2029, there's going to be like an attorney's portion that will focus on California law. I want to emphasize this should only be on California law, and the distinctions. Those are things, if anything, like professional responsibilities that one has to do, but do it in a way that does not affect the privileges and immunities clause of non-citizens of California who are trying to get their license in California. And so, and there should be an easier process. It should not be this, it should be more mobile for attorneys to be able to do this test, especially ones that are seasoned and admitted already within the state of the United States and the mainland, or whichever way you want to expand that. And then in addition, since also yesterday, the board settled with measure learning with regards to that, I also think that there needs to be something that is done for all those candidates that were there. And also we know that there are some candidates that sat in 2025 that did not, are unable to like sit back for the exam because they've been traumatized because of the different kinds of things. And I do think that also that needs to be taken into consideration as we move forward.
Thank you, Nadine. Next up, we have Jessica. Jessica, your mic has been enabled.
My name is Jessica Jacobs. I'm a law office study participant and a doctoral candidate for educational leadership in equity and justice. I'm also a career educator, and I know quite a bit about academic dishonesty. Cheating on an exam is a serious offense with significant consequences, and that's why there's procedures and protections involved at every level of education in this state. Within the field of legal study under the purview of the state bar, I'm sure you all know, a law school professor that administers an exam is responsible for reporting academic dishonesty, not state bar staff, of course. And the law school will have a procedure in place for the students to be meaningfully heard on the issue with an unbiased decision maker hearing both sides. Similarly, a proctor administering the bar exam would be responsible for reporting academic dishonesty, not a state bar staff member who was not present. And again, this time via Chapter 6, the student would have a chance to be meaningfully heard and by an unbiased adjudicator. Yet, for the law office study program, where very clearly in the rules it says that the supervising attorney is responsible for administering the exams, a state bar staff member can accuse a student of cheating and erase academic credit without any chance whatsoever to be meaningfully heard. Now, it's no secret that the law office study program is flawed, and we know it takes a lot of work to make changes, especially for such a small population. But protections for students are already built into the Chapter 6 rules. Yet this student was explicitly told by state bar staff that they cannot allow a Chapter 6 hearing because, get this, they aren't the ones that administer the exam. That begs the question then, how can they accuse someone of cheating then? And why are the protections not available in line with the very due process laws we're studying? It's too late for me, the damage is done. But it is an urgent issue that needs correcting, and an easy solution exists within the current rules so that no future participant is put through what I've been put through. Delaying licensure by at least 4 years because of a misunderstanding that could be easily demonstrated. I will not heed the unethical advice that permeates the state bar. Lay low, be quiet, don't make waves, make change once you are admitted. Every time you write or speak, they are creating a record that will keep you out of the profession. Is that the legacy the state bar wants?
Thank you, Jessica. Next up, we have KS. Your mic is enabled.
Thank you. My question is along the lines of the first one, but a little bit more narrow. In light of the order that came out yesterday from the Supreme Court, when it comes to attorney applicants and in light of the Business and Professions Code 6062 that requires attorney applicants to take a California specific exam, the order came out yesterday indicated that that California specific exam will be ready in 2029. However, the bar exam or the attorney's exam as it exists today will stop in 2028, with the last exam cycle being February of 2028. My question, well, it's a question and a comment. I'd like to know what's going to happen between 2028 and 2029 in light of the fact that this statute requires a California specific exam. So I just like people to think about that and have some type of solution so those of us that are planning can plan accordingly. And by the way, I like the walk-off music. That's pretty funny. Thank you.
That concludes our public commenters.
Thank you very much, Michelle. With that, we'll close public comment. Begin our agenda. First on our agenda is the chair's report. As we all know, the California State Auditor issued his report last week on the February 2025 bar exam. And although Executive Director Enderton Speed and I responded officially to that report and its findings, I want to briefly thank State Auditor Parks and his team for their considerable work and effort. We fully acknowledge the unacceptable experiences exam takers faced leading up to and during the exam, and we're doing everything in our power to ensure a fair, equitable, and secure bar exam for applicants now and in the future. Since the February 2025 bar exam, the State Bar has undertaken a lessons learned approach and engaged in significant work to strengthen the administration of the California bar exam and improve our practices and processes, including procurement and contracting, exam development and validation processes and panels, and internal and external communications. It's important to note that the auditor's recommendations aligned with the steps we've identified and taken. As directed by the California Supreme Court, we have successfully executed 2 in-person bar exam administrations since the February 2025 exam, and we aim to keep on this path moving forward. This audit arrived at a pivotal time in the future of the California's bar exam. Yesterday afternoon, the Supreme Court released its order in response to the joint recommendation of the Committee of Bar Examiners and the Board of Trustees. I'm pleased to report that the court adopted the recommendation directing the adoption of the next-gen UBE for July 2028. The court also directed the Committee of Bar Examiners to develop and submit a proposal to the court for a California-specific component beginning in July in 2029. We look forward to collaborating with the CBE and the court as we move forward. Thank you, and with that, we'll have the Executive Director's report.
Thank you, Chair. Again, due to limited time this morning, I'll keep my report brief. As Chair Cisneros highlighted, we did get the audit report back as well as the order on the bar exam, and there'll be more discussion on the bar exam as we move forward. I just want to highlight a few things since our last meeting in May. In response to a petition filed in the Supreme Court by legal aid attorneys to allow non-attorney community justice workers to engage in limited legal practice, the court issued an administrative order to the State Bar to seek 45 days of public comment on its version of the rule and to provide recommendations after the comment period ends. The public comment period is currently open and will end on August 22nd of 2026. In June, we hosted a diversity summit here, actually in this room in San Francisco, with more than 75 legal professionals from across the state in attendance. The summit featured a training on neurodiversity and strategies for building lasting neuro-inclusive practices across the legal profession. Additionally, just last week, the Office of Access and Inclusion co-hosted a convening on rural justice in Fresno. More than 75 legal aid and community organizations joined to address legal needs in rural and inland regions and explore new approaches to regional collaboration. That event also launched what we called the California Access and Inclusion Lab, which is a new initiative integrated into OANI's Office of Access and Inclusion, Access to Justice, and DEI work. Their focus for 2026 and 27 will be on rural access, immigration, legal services, and housing justice. We also submitted, as was approved by the board, our last meeting, the 2025 financial statement and independent auditor's report and annual legal services trust fund program report to the Supreme Court and the legislature. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Moving on with the agenda. Item 3.1 has been withdrawn, which brings us to item 3.2, approval of the June 11th, 2026 Board of Trustee open session minutes. Are there any comments or questions or a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Trustee Buenaventura, second by Trustee Giargiello. Vote, please.
Barahona?
Aye.
Buenaventura?
Aye.
Good, not present. Gore, not present. Grande?
Aye.
Harrison? Harrison? Harrison, not present. Huser?
And I apologize, I'm on my personal phone because I have internet issues, so I'll move back to my computer as soon as I can.
Georgiello,
Aye.
Sewell,
Aye.
Stevens not present, Tony,
Aye.
Cisneros.
Aye.
With 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. The consent calendar item 4.1 has been withdrawn also. And with that, we'll move to closed session. No, we're not moving to closed session. Move to item 5.1 on the agenda, report on random audit of the Office of Chief Trial Counsel files closed between March 1st, 2024 and August 31st, 2024. The Office of Chief Trial response, and we're joined by George Cardona. Hello, George.
Just waiting for my presentation to get popped up. Okay, so this is our regular presentation for informational purposes of the random audit of a selection of cases closed within a 6-month period. As everybody knows, I think we have independent outside auditors who review a subsection, a random selection of cases closed within that period to make sure that we are taking actions appropriate with our procedures and policies, that substantive decisions we're making are consistent with statutory provisions and case law, and that we are acting in accordance with appropriate prosecutorial discretion. It also identifies any policy issues, training, and corrective actions that recommends. Our audit procedures were updated most recently in February of 2023 in accordance with some state auditor recommendations and lessons learned from Girardi. We've also updated the checklist that the auditors use in going through that. The most recent update to that was in September of 2025. We meet regularly with the auditors after they submit the audits to discuss potential issues and discuss potential changes to the checklist and/or to the audit procedures. We are still catching up in our audits post-COVID. This one relates to cases closed or otherwise resolved in the 6-month period between March of 2024 and August of 2024. There were 2 independent auditors who reviewed those cases and prepared a unified report. Attached to the agenda item is the executive summary of that report so that you have that from the auditors. What the auditors review is a random sample of cases, 86 that were closed or otherwise resolved in intake, 86 that were closed or otherwise resolved in investigation, and 35 that moved forward to charging or trial. In addition, post-Girardi, we modified our procedures to specifically look at a random sample of respondents who had 15 or more prior complaints. We take 6 respondents and review 8 closed cases for each of those respondents. This is an attempt to ensure that we are handling those types of respondents correctly, so the total is 255 cases. In our statistics, we track recommendations from the auditors to reopen cases. Our target is that remain at or below 4.3%. For this audit, the auditors recommended reopening 10 out of 255 cases, approximately 3.92% below that target. We've reviewed all 10 of those cases. We agree with the auditor's recommendation, and they are being reopened. Importantly, that won't necessarily mean that those move forward to discipline. It's reopening to review for the issues that the auditors identified and determine what the appropriate resolution is. In this audit, I just wanted to highlight some of the good things, since we so rarely get good news, but the auditors, the overall impression was that there continues to be overall improvement in handling OCTC files. They noted that improvement in intake, investigation, and in prosecution. In particular, they also recognized at the end some significant improvements with respect to documentation in Odyssey, which is our electronic case file system. That's important because obviously if our case files aren't complete, it doesn't provide a valid basis for auditing. So I just wanted to highlight that improvement along with these other ones. In terms of improvements, some things continue to be issues. The rule of limitations, recognition of that and appropriately handling of that. There were more issues with that in this audit than in the last audit. We've done a number of things to try and address that, drawing your attention to the most recent of those in, there we go. In May of 2026, we revised our intake procedures to include instructions for entering the offense state, which is what triggers the rule of limitations analysis. And we require attorneys now to answer specific questions relating to the rule of limitations as part of their initial review of the case and intake. We're hoping that going forward, this will address some of the issues. With respect to investigation delays and deficiencies, this again has been an ongoing issue. There was some improvement in this audit. Again, we've made a number of efforts to address this. I'll draw your attention again. In May of 2026, we streamlined our intake procedures in an effort to move cases forward more quickly from intake to investigation. We've continued to emphasize the need to obtain records to corroborate attorney claims in their responses to us. Sometimes these can be at odds, so the thoroughness can sometimes be at odds with the time that the investigations take. And as you know, we've highlighted in other areas, in other instances, the increasing delays, particularly in intake, resulting from the increase in incoming cases, which is something we'll be discussing with you at the September meeting when we have our second quarter statistics. In terms of training and procedure recommendations, there was one interesting one this time. The auditors are recommending that closed criminal conviction matters no longer be archived. As you know, as a result of the recommendations that flowed from the FARCUS study regarding disparities in the disciplinary system, we adopted an archiving system where closed complaints in general that have been closed for more than 5 years are archived so that attorneys considering present complaints can no longer review the closed complaints that are older than 5 years. Right now, we archive in that closed criminal conviction matter. So for example, if there is a criminal conviction referral from a court and we close that and don't proceed, that right now remains in the archiving policy. The auditors are recommending that we remove criminal conviction matters from the archiving policy, largely because the criminal conviction itself is public record, and so their view is that there should not be the archiving. We have not yet given this a thorough review. We will review it and we'll consider whether to present a proposal to the board to modify the archiving policy. They're recommending that attorneys give more consideration before waiving investigation plans, complaint interviews, and closing menus. We've adopted a policy that allows attorneys, legal advisors, in consultation with investigators to waive these as a mechanism for speeding up investigations and streamlining investigations. We will remind attorneys to waive these only where they are unnecessary to ensure a complete and thorough investigation. Finally, on the communications with complainants, one of the things they suggested was that whenever closure conditions impact a complainant, those conditions should be explained to the complainant in the closing letter. We already do this in some instances. So for example, where the complaint is that there hasn't been a file returned or there's been an absence of communication and we impose one of those as a condition that is part of our standard closing letter. We are looking at this and are reviewing our closing letters to see if there are other instances in which we can and should do this. We expect to be making some adjustments to our form closing letters to address this concern. With that, if there are questions, I am happy to answer them.
Thank you for a thorough presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Trustee Bonaventura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George, when you said that the recommendation was to unarchive the criminal convictions, were they also considering that even if there was a conviction, there could have been an expungement granted in the court, which makes it?
Yeah. No, they didn't address that, and that's one of the things that we want to look at before we make a recommendation.
Okay, good. And then from what I remember a while back, well, right now, the state of the website, if you look at a person's, an attorney's record on the bar, if there is a disciplinary proceeding against him or her, when you click it, you're then, my understanding is that you're then brought to the Odyssey portal. Is that right?
No, actually. On the public website, what it'll show you is if there's discipline that has been the result of a state bar court decision, it will give you the state bar court number, and then it will pull up a page that gives you instructions on how to access the state bar court record relating to that discipline.
Right, but didn't it not used to be that way? Couldn't you, I thought I remember a time when you just clicked it and then you would automatically see the disciplinary record and what happened?
I don't know. That may have been before my time.
Okay.
It's not working. That was before Odyssey, basically. So we used to post the PDFs,
Yeah.
really loud, of the decision directly there. There are still some of those, I believe, for very old instances of discipline. But for any case, I want to say 2019 forward,
Okay.
maybe even prior to that, they are linked by accessing through a portal, basically, to see the decision.
So I guess my question is, by doing it the way we do it now, you have to go through these steps to see the actual decision and the facts. Whereas before it was easy. You just clicked it on and you see the discipline, what happened. Why did it change? What was the reason behind it adding those extra steps?
The reason was more technological, to actually have a case management system for OCTC and State Bar Court, and otherwise everything was paper prior to that time frame. Paper files, and there wasn't a online accessible docket, for example, like there is currently in the State Bar Court. So I think it was more associated with other things as opposed to limiting or making it more difficult, creating more basically friction and access to those records.
I just think that, and obviously we don't need to talk about this, but maybe in the future, if we want to make the public access to the information easier, we should have a system where you can just click on it and it will reveal the disciplinary proceedings and the record of what happened, rather than, going through another portal and then you have to, I think you might even have to log in credentials and things like that. And so that's just my thought. Thank you. Thank you.
So I take that point. I'll talk with Erica about that and see. It would require some changes to our website and some technical changes that I don't know what the effort or cost would be, but I think that's something we could certainly look into.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Thank you very much, George. This is the discussion only item. Next on the agenda is the approval of interest on lawyers' trust accounts grant distribution for 2027. Dawn Nguyen is joining us.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, my name is Dawn Nguyen, and Michelle, I think I'm going to forego the PowerPoint just to keep things moving, if you don't mind. I have a short presentation, but we won't need the PowerPoint. Hello, trustee members. My name is Dawn Nguyen, and I'm a program director in the Office of Access and Inclusion, and I'm also the lead staff to the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission. So I'm here today to present agenda item 6.3, which asks the Board of Trustees to approve the IOLTA 2027 grant distribution in the amount of $195,257,007, and to also maintain a reserve of $25 million. This amount represents approximately a 10% decrease in our 2026 IOLTA grant distribution of approximately $218 million. So your meeting materials includes a pretty lengthy memo. It has detailed projections of the various revenue streams that comprise the IOLTA grants. We also included several attachments that summarize historical information on the various grant programs that's managed by our office. I'll also note that the current federal funds rate is 3.75%, and the Federal Reserve has held rates steady this year. So when the commission met earlier this year in May to approve this recommendation to go before the board, at that time, the commission was projecting 2 rate cuts by December. I do want to note that the Federal Reserve is meeting later this month, and there has been recent reports that interest rates actually might go up versus just staying steady or decreasing. I also want to note that this is the first Fed meeting chaired by our new chairman, Kevin Warsh. So that concludes my short presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions or a motion? Yes, Trustee Sowell.
I do have a couple of comments and also a question. Dawn, thanks for the information. I think maybe at another point in time, I have to tell you, I couldn't follow on the numbers exactly. The chart's fairly dense, and so at some point in time, I may want to spend some time with you and Jennifer and Elizabeth just to walk through the numbers a little bit more, just to make sure I understand how they work. But one just quick question on the numbers is: do you start every year, or does the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission start every year with just that base amount of a $25 million reserve, or there is an additional sort of reserve amount that's carried over as well?
There's not an additional amount, but this is usually the time of year where they figure out how much they want to hold back in reserve for the following year. What goes into that number is, if we have indications of whether our other revenue streams are going down, the commission may want to reduce that 25 million, but the last few years they have kept it at 25 million. This is a pretty sizable amount, just in case they need to be nimble and flexible and distribute more in a given year or mid-cycle or so forth. But we've held that number pretty steady the last few years.
And I know that we've had conversations over the last several months just about the banks that are involved in holding these funds. And I just sort of make note of in the memo, the agenda item, you reference the fact that we probably haven't taken the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission probably hasn't taken a look at the federal funds rate and this whole sort of area since 2008. It looks like. So that's 18 years since we've sort of addressed this specific issue. And, I think one of my lines of interest is we have these 3 different tiers of banks that participate in this program. And with the potential, at least this year, where funds are decreasing, should we think about revisiting, that interest rate percentage, as well as should we also sort of think about trying to maybe move some of the banks that aren't in the top 2 tiers up into the top two tiers? I know at one point in time, I think the team there had done a fuller report that may have come to the board about a lot of this, but I'm not remembering all of that at this particular point in time and what some of the status is on that.
Sure, that's a great question, Trustee Sewell. So the commission has started to do more analysis in anticipation of rate drops. I will note that this distribution amount is still historically very large. Right before the pandemic happened, we were distributing about $55 million, and that at that point was a watermark. So the last few years, with interest rates being kept really high, these are still watershed moments, and the community is not used to kind of these types of very large distribution. So the commission has allowed them to spend it over several years. But now that we know that rates are going to drop at some point and more aggressively, they started dropping last year. I think they dropped twice last year. This year, we thought they were going to drop more, and they haven't because of all the geopolitical things that are happening in the world. So, but we do anticipate that they would drop. So with that in mind, the commission has started to do a little bit more planning. And I think that's what you were referring to by the analysis. We did present some research to our executive committee and our legal service trust fund commission of what some strategies that we could take in the event that rates, and we want to be kind of proactive of it. So there were some things to look into around rule changes, around having kind of a more of a baseline for what the established compliance rate is. So all these things are being right now considered by the Legal Service Trust Fund Commission. And when they have something more firm, we would love it to take it to the board for your consideration. Right now, the plan is, because rates are still high and our revenue streams is still holding pretty strong, that we're doing more exploratory, and we're trying to do things that are more like low-hanging fruit. So we're working with Steve's shop and regulation to make sure that the banks are paying at least what they say they should be paying. So we know Steve ran some numbers for us, and there's like a couple $100,000 there that we know we could do a little bit more to kind of collect the right remittances. And then our second kind of strategy is more of a communication strategy. We're starting to talk to banks to see whether more banks would participate in the leadership bank program. So I think there's a communications piece here that's probably low-hanging fruit that both the Trust Fund Commission can do and perhaps bring it to the board for your consideration. And I think the changing the rules is going to be a lot more difficult, and I think requires a lot more analysis. And also because it involves banks, we do want to kind of interface with them before we would go out with any kind of formal recommendation. So I think that's a little bit more of a long-term plan. But given that now there hasn't been the rate drops that we're anticipating, I think we have the runway is a little bit longer than what we were thinking last year when we started the analysis.
I appreciate that, and I'll follow up with you on maybe just sort of walk through the numbers a little bit.
Of course.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Vice Chair Tony.
I got a question that I should know the answer to, and it's probably been explained before, but I just can't remember. Is there a relation between CTAP and IOLTA in terms of the funds in CTAP, the interest being what creates IOLTA, or does it come from somewhere else?
I'm not quite sure I'm understanding your question, but the CTAP program requires attorneys, as you all know, to kind of report on their IOLTA accounts, so that interest revenue there does come to our office. So there's a lot of coordination between Steve's shop and our shop. So I think that might, okay.
That's what I was asking.
Okay, yes.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't imagining this.
Yes, that's the connection there.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else, or do we have a motion?
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Vice Chair Tony, second by Trustee Giorgello. Motion is on the screen. Roll call, please.
Barahona?
Aye.
Buenaventura?
Aye.
Good, absent. Gore, absent. Grande?
Aye.
Harrison, absent. Huser?
Aye.
Giorgello?
Aye.
Sewell?
Aye.
Stevens, absent. Tony?
Aye.
Cisneros?
Aye.
With 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. I inadvertently went past item 6.1. We'll go back to that. Update from the Office of Admissions with Donna Hershkowitz, Tara Clark, and Cody. Just keeping you folks on your toes. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. I just want to make sure that Tara Clark has been promoted as well, because she's going to be kicking us off with this presentation.
Confirming she is.
Great.
Good morning.
Tara, why don't you go ahead and get started?
And next slide, please. Okay, and next slide. So we're going to start with an update on the bar exam that's coming up at the end of the month. Sorry, next slide, Michelle. So you'll see we have 17 sites across the states with almost 10,000 seats. With applications, we ended up with 9,300 right now after withdrawals. We're just under 9,100 applicants. It's still going to be a big exam. Typically, we see about 10% with no-shows on the exam day. So we'll see, it may or may not be the same as usual, since again, this is the last opportunity for those with the fee waiver from February 2025 to use it. For testing accommodations, we also had a much larger increase there. So you see we had 1,642 applications. That does represent more than one application per person. For example, if someone was previously granted accommodations, but now they're requesting expanded accommodations, or they were only partially approved, then they would also potentially appeal. And so we do have a higher number than anticipating, about 1,500 applicants with testing accommodations, and most of them will be testing at the specific accommodation locations. However, there are a few folks who maybe if they're only bringing a desk or they need seating near a restroom, they may be at one of our laptop writer sites. And as for proctors, we're still finalizing our recruitment and onboarding. At this point, we're just under the anticipated 150 we thought we needed last week. So we're just under where we were for February, needing the temporary proctors from Robert Half, but we will have enough staff in all the locations to help us run the exam smoothly. And next slide, please. Okay, and next slide. And then this is just a recap for you of our first year law students exam. So as a reminder, this exam is also administered twice a year in June and October. And this is for the students who have not earned an exemption. So either they did not attend an ABA accredited or Cal accredited school and progress to their next year of law school, or they're what we call a special student, meaning they don't have the undergrad units, or they bypass that using the CLEP exam. So typically we say about 200 to about 250 applicants. So here we had 239 actually take the exam, and we anticipate to release the results the week after the bar exam. Next slide. Okay, and we're just bringing you a little bit of data so you can see who took the exam this last time. You'll see again, as I mentioned, so we have our California unaccredited and those in the law office study program students. So those make up the largest portion. We do have some students who are at California accredited law schools who took the exam. They may be, again, those folks who didn't meet the undergraduate requirements, or some schools do require students to take an exam for another reason, so not required on our end, but the schools can have them take it as well. So if you're not required to take it, you still have the option to. And then you'll see down on the race and ethnicity, we had Latino and white applicants at the highest, and gender, we had women at over 50%. And then all the way on the right-hand side, as I mentioned, typically we see about 250 to 200 applicants. So we're near the top for this exam at 239 based on some of the recent exams. And next slide. Okay. And so with this exam, you'll see that we do have several applicants repeat who have to take the exam multiple times. So those who take the exam within their first 3 administrations of being eligible, they get credit then for all of their law study up until that exam that they pass. However, if it takes them more than those first 3 attempts, then they only get credit for their first year of law study once they pass it. So we did just break down a little bit for you to see what it looked like for our repeat applicants and our first time takers for this past exam. And next slide. Perfect. And then as I mentioned, so we also have the exam coming up in October. Next slide. And that
application opened up on July 15th. They do have quite some time to apply, so they have until September 15th at this point. Pretty small pool. We only have 15 applications so far, but again, we'll probably end up around the 250 mark. We are continuing to use our Prometric to administer this exam. So it'll be primarily at their test centers, and then a small percentage of applicants who don't live near a test center or for another extenuating circumstance may be able to test remotely. As you may recall, they were ultimately given the contract again after the RFP that we did earlier this year. And next slide.
That's my cue. All we have about the Supreme Court order here is this title slide, because when we published the order, the PowerPoint, we did not know what the order was going to be. As all of our board members know, and those who are listening in attendance may know, yesterday the Supreme Court issued its order in response to the petition from the State Bar that was advancing the joint recommendation of the board and the Committee of Bar Examiners. We are happy to report that the Supreme Court approved the recommendation, the joint recommendation of the board and the Committee of Bar Examiners, recommending that we replace the current general bar exam with the next gen uniform bar exam effective with the July 2028 administration, and that we develop a California component, and that we develop that component to be able to begin testing beginning in July 2029. So understanding that there will be a year period without a California component, and that for that 1 year, the applicants taking the exam will only have to take the next gen UBE. Beginning with July 2029, we will have both the next gen UBE and the California component. That California component, the Supreme Court is clear, will serve as the attorney's exam once that is in place. We have, because we have statutory notice requirements to provide 2 years notice in advance of any change in the bar exam, which will substantially alter the preparation that applicants must go through. Immediately after the court issued the order, we posted notice on the State Bar's website in several places. As a matter of fact, on the State Bar website this morning, we sent out notice to to law school deans and registrars across the country. We also sent out notice to 53,000 applicants who are in our admissions information management system who have not yet passed the bar exam. We, I believe, have also sent notice to disability rights organizations and California bar associations, and there's been news coverage on this already. So I want to talk a little bit about what the order says and importantly, what our next steps are. And so I'm mostly going to pivot to talk about exam development of the California component, because that's where that's where we've got sort of the tightest timelines, and the board will be hearing from us and potentially meeting jointly with the Committee of Bar Examiners between now and February. But I wanted to share first a few things that we'll be doing on the exam administration side of the house in order to transition from our current exam to the next gen uniform bar exam for July 2028. So one of the things that we'll need to do is understand our revised proctor needs. As we've talked about before, we believe we'll be able to significantly reduce the number of proctors that are needed, and so we'll need to assess what those needs are. We will need to determine if we need to change the minimum qualifications for our proctors. If we need proctors who might better understand the technology, we'll need to do that assessment, and we'll need to completely revamp our proctor training because the test will be entirely different. As board members know, the next gen uniform bar exam is a computer-based exam. There are not paper materials, and the question types look very different than the question types that we currently have. So one of the other things that we'll need to do, in addition to thinking about our proctors, is thinking about our graders. We currently compensate our graders based on, we've got a set rate per essay question or per performance test question. We'll have to change that because in some instances, what they will be scoring will be, a 2 bullet point answer to a question. In other instances, it will be a lengthy performance test response. So we'll need to figure out the grading scale. We will need to be updating our admissions web pages because we want to be crystal clear about how a standard exam is administered so that individuals with disabilities can determine whether they need testing accommodations and if so, what those might be. For example, today, as I said, all questions are delivered in hard copy. We have a very small percentage, perhaps 3%, who opt to handwrite their responses to the essays and performance test. Everyone else enters the answers on their computer, but the materials are all hard copy. For next gen, getting hard copy materials and handwriting responses is only permissible as a testing accommodation. So people will need to determine whether they need to request an accommodation for paper materials and to handwrite the exam. Additionally, there are accommodations that are available in the software platform that is being used for Next Gen UBE that we don't currently implement, that we will be able to implement when we go to Next Gen, primarily something that's called stop the clock breaks. Right now, if somebody says, for a particular accommodation that they need in addition to time and a half, for example, an additional 30 minutes where they can get up and the clock on the exam would stop running. We don't currently do that. We might, if we determine they do need that extra time, if our disability accommodation experts determine that, we may give them more extended time, but we don't currently stop the clock. That is something that's built into the system. So we want to make sure that everyone understands what a standard exam administration looks like so they can understand what kind of accommodations they might need in order to have equal access to the exam. In addition, other things that we need to do on the exam administration side, we need to determine which of the many materials and forms that we currently use will no longer need to produce, to pack, to ship, to unpack, to train on, etc. And actually, our plan is to start with a blank piece of paper and build the process from there, as opposed to starting with our current process and scratching things out, because we think that we can create a much more efficient process if we start with that blank piece of paper. That's just a few of the things we'll be doing on the exam administration side, but I did just want to give you that context of what we need to do on that front in order to prepare for July 2028. On the exam development front, the court asked us asked the Committee of Bar Examiners to develop and submit by February 2026. By February 26, 2027, a recommendation for a California-specific component that would be administered. The one clarification, I'm already in the process of parsing all the words of the order and trying to make sure that we understand what all of it means. A clarification on that, what the court is looking for in February 2027 is a preliminary recommendation so that they can give us feedback. We can revise that recommendation and then submit the final recommendation to the court and the final risk-benefit analysis on the California component in June of 2027. So the court directed that the California component shall test California law and may include subjects currently tested on our current bar exam, as well as testing California employment law and California family law. So we will need to make a determination exactly of what subjects we'll be testing. We currently test some California law, along with the laws of general applicability in civil procedure, evidence, professional responsibility, wills, trusts, and succession, and community property. Obviously, the court specifically said and mentioned employment law and family law, but that's a likely universe of the subjects that we would be testing. We would also need to determine if we're testing only those areas where there's a difference between California law and laws of general application, or if we would also be testing where California law is the same as those laws of general application. CBE will also need, according to the court order, to determine how that new component, that California component, will be scored, including its relation to scoring the next gen uniform bar exam, and its relationship to the overall passing score for the exam. The court also directed that the passing score shall be set in a manner that is equivalent to the current passing score of 1390 or better. So as I said, we're in the process of currently parsing the words of that direction. And we have already planned an internal staff summit for tomorrow, where we can start outlining all of the things that we need to be thinking about, what we need to be presenting to the chair of the Committee of Bar Examiners and the chair of the committee's subcommittee on exam development. We want to identify the decisions that we can present to the CBE at their August meeting. That's 5 weeks from tomorrow. I've just started to give you a flavor, again, sort of identifying things that we'll need to begin doing, identifying the subject areas to test California law, determine if we're only testing where California law deviates from those laws of general application, developing content maps for those areas, developing recommendation for the question types, multiple choice, essay, etc., developing a recommendation for how the exam is going to be administered. Is it going to be a proctored exam? Is it going to be an unproctored exam? Is it going to be in person? Is it going to be remote? Figuring out the purpose, and we've talked about this a little bit before. What's the purpose of the exam? Because I think that would guide the how it's going to be delivered question. Is the purpose to test minimum competence, which is also being tested on the next gen UBE, or is the purpose to ensure familiarity with key aspects of California law that we want to make sure that nobody who gets admitted to California's bar, that nobody does not possess that knowledge. We need to ensure appropriate stakeholder engagement as we are answering many of these questions. We need to consider an amendment to the current exam development contract. We need to figure out what we're going to do with the expected deliverables on the current contract, right? I don't need Kaplan to keep producing items that we no longer need, and we want to be able to pivot on that as quickly as possible. So there's a lot of work to be done, including coming up with a list of what will be presented to the exam development subcommittee, what will be presented to the Committee of Bar Examiners, what will be presented to the Board of Trustees, if there will be joint meetings between CBE and the Board of Trustees, et cetera. So there's a lot to do, but we are very excited that the Supreme Court adopted the recommendation in full, adopted the recommendation of the board and the Committee of Bar Examiners. But there's a lot to do in getting to a preliminary recommendation at the end of February. But I think we've got sort of good structure in place to make sure that we can get that done. Next slide. So next, I just wanted to very briefly touch, again, we posted this slide deck before July 9th. So there's nothing included on what was actually in the audit. The board has seen the audit. The audit was published on July 9th. There were 6 recommendations from the state auditor. All of the recommendations align with and validate the processes that we have already been doing, that we've either fully implemented or have started doing. All of these things that came from our sort of look back and developing some lessons learned, so we know how to go forward. In the next 3 slides, I have identified some process improvements that we've already implemented or are in progress, as well as some governance reforms that we have already implemented. These are things that we have talked about before. I did want to make sure that we capture them, that they're on these slides, and we can talk about any of them if you'd like to. But I expect if you have any questions, you're more likely to have questions on the bar exam than the audit. So I wanted to stop the presentation at this point and turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you very much, Donna. Do we have any questions or comments? Can we see the...
I mean, I have some questions, but I want to see if anyone else does. Yeah.
Can we see the remote folks on the screen?
There are no hands up.
Okay. Go ahead, Vice Chair Tony.
My first question, and I just wrote down questions as they came to my mind, which is a very thorough presentation, Donna. I would appreciate that. When you have people registering for bar exams, and, obviously it's at different locations, right? Multiple locations. What do you do when you get to capacity at a location? Do you cut off registrations, maybe with a waiting list, for people who notice for cancel? Do you go up to 5% over enrollment because you know that the history is a 10% no-show? Or do you do something else? I'm just curious I don't have an opinion, but I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Tara walk you through specifically what we do.
So when we open the application, it gives them all of the standard locations, the laptop and writers to choose from, and how many seats are available. So we don't overbook just because even though we expect up to 10%, we can't really anticipate who may or may not show up. It's not always 10%. And so what we'll do is at the very end, after the final withdrawal deadline, which is already passed now for this exam, we then prepare materials for all of the examinees at that site. But so, for example, if a test site is very popular, we run out of seats, applicants have the opportunity to submit a test center change request, which is no fee to them. It essentially puts them on the waiting list. So if we have somebody who transfers out, they withdraw for whatever reason, then they get that seat, and it's based on who submitted in that order. And I'm happy to say I think almost all of those test center change requests were fulfilled for this exam. I think we have a handful. We're trying to see if we can switch in the next couple of days, but the vast majority of folks are those were already fulfilled.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I understand the importance of being cautious on that. So this is a question about the 2028 Next Gen. And if you don't have the answer now, you can just tell me you're figuring it out. But I have a curiosity about how accommodation requests will be handled. What will be the same and what will be different in terms of, we've had concerns expressed previous to the decision about remote options and whether they're going to be available, okay, as an accommodation. I'm curious about who grants the accommodations. I assume our staff would still be involved, but are there new restrictions that Next Gen has that are different from what we do now? You don't have to answer it now. I'm just saying, these are the type of questions I'm hoping that we will get into at some point.
Yeah, and the short answer is the process is going to look pretty much the same. And we are in charge of determining who gets an accommodation and what accommodation is appropriate for that individual to ensure they have equal access to the exam. There is a limitation in that a remote exam, meaning an exam that is remotely proctored, from somebody's home or office, is not an option. But there are other ways depending on the particular needs of the applicant. We look at all these disability accommodation requests on a case-by-case basis, and we can't remotely proctor the exam, but there are alternatives if we have somebody who has a situation that requires them to not be at one of the test sites that we have identified.
Okay, thank you. And my final question, if there's a short response, what's the difference between minimum competence and familiarity? I just don't know.
Yeah.
I just have no clue.
Yeah, I don't have a formal definition, but minimum competence is the standard that we use to make sure that somebody who takes the test possesses the level of information and the skill that is expected of an entry-level attorney. That's minimum competence. Familiarity is more about this is an area of California law that is different than that is very specific to California, and it's important that you know that. And so, what we could do if we were doing a test of familiarity is provide resources, all the resource materials that an applicant would review, they would read, they'd have that. And all of the questions would be answered in those materials because we want to make sure they know it. They've already proven their minimum competence by the score on the next gen. But so then we'll give them a multiple choice test that if they've read the materials that we've provided, that we would have to update periodically, obviously, then they would have the answers to these questions and they would have learned the California law that we think it's important for them to know. That's my non-definition definition of familiarity.
Thank you. That's a very good explanation. Helps me out a lot. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Comments or questions?
I just have one.
Yes, Trustee Barahona.
Donna, you talked a lot about all the preparation that it'll take to get to the next gen UBE work, and I'm just curious if we've anticipated any potential expense in terms of staff capacity to get everything done in this very, what feels like crunchy timeline, but perhaps, you've thought through that.
Yeah, so the one staff position that we are adding right now is a director of exam development. And that was something that we had talked about previously. We created this position and we started interviewing, frankly, back in January, maybe. We did our sort of first round of interviews for this position. And then as we were getting closer and closer to the summer, we thought it would be irresponsible to actually hire a person because the court could come out with a decision that said adopt next gen, no California component, and then I wouldn't need an exam development director. So we waited. But we yesterday afternoon we reinitiated the conversations. We'd essentially selected an applicant, and we are prepared to issue a formal offer. Thank you. That's the word. A formal offer to that applicant and get somebody on board in the next couple of weeks as soon as we can process all the paperwork. So that's the one really big staff change that we are anticipating. We also expect to get some hand-holding, if you will, from the National Conference of Bar Examiners. One of the things, for example, that we know they've done for other jurisdictions, and they've told us they would do for ours, they reach out to the facilities that we've lined up to administer the exam and talk to them about the internet needs and what bandwidth they have, and whether that's sufficient, and they help us figure those kinds of things out. So we're definitely looking forward to that, having that assistance. We're also looking forward to planning to send a couple. Unfortunately, I can only send a couple of our staff members in this coming February. I'd like to send them to states that are administering the next gen, right? Because they're starting to administer next gen in 2 weeks. There are 10 jurisdictions that are administering in 2 weeks. A bunch more add on in February of 2027. I want to send some staff because I think you can't really understand the differences until you see it in action. Unfortunately, since we administer our bar exam on the same days that those exams will be administered, I can't send that many staff. But I think that will also just help us wrap our arms around what really needs to be done. And so that's what we're looking at now. Not to say I won't come back to you in a bit and say I need something more, but I think on the exam development side, we're in a good place with the team that we currently have, plus the addition of the new exam development director.
Thank you. And just one last question. Do you think we'll have an opportunity, or we've built in some expense to sort of do like a simulation experience or exercise to kind of just run it through before we go live? Is that something we do generally?
Well, you mean just for because we don't need to do that with the applicants because the next gen, right? It's running operationally starting in 2 weeks. So they're running the whole system. In terms of us sort of understanding our processes, yeah, doing some sort of tabletop exercise might not be a bad idea, so that we know that we've done everything and gotten everything down. So that could be something that we plan. Ultimately, if depending on what we do with the California component, there would need to be some testing of that, right? We could choose to use the same platform, contract with the same vendor that the NCBE is using, so it's a similar experience for everybody who's sitting for the Next Gen UBE. They know the platform, they're familiar with it. And using essentially exactly what's built in there, that wouldn't require much testing, frankly. If we wanted to use a different exam platform because we're not doing it at the same time, and it's more efficient for one reason or another, then we would want to test that out. If we, for example, are loading, all the multiple choice questions in the system, we'd want to test it out. So there would definitely be some testing, I think, on the California component side of it, but not necessary with the applicants for the Next Gen UBE. And there is on NCBE's website, and it's a link that we provided in our public notice, basically a tutorial on the system, so they can play around in the system today.
That's great. Thank you so much.
I did just want to say, if I could, it's been a really busy 7 days on the admissions front for all of us here at the State Bar, including the Board of Trustees. Last Thursday, the audit was released. A few days later, we reached settlement on the Measure Learning litigation, as was noted publicly. And then yesterday, the Supreme Court came out with this decision. So there's been a flurry of activity in the admissions front, and I just want to thank my admissions team for all of the work that went into everything that had led to these results over the past 7 days.
Yes, thank you, Donna. I'm sure we'd like to join you in that expression of gratitude. Trustee Soel.
Donna, excuse me if and I apologize if you've already answered this in some form or fashion, but with the courts just making this decision yesterday, is there something that we need to do relative to the fee bill before the fee bill is passed that addresses planning cost or anything in anticipation of what is going to be needed in order to try to make sure we meet all the milestones that are associated with this?
So I don't think there's anything we need to do this year. We will want to move some legislation next year that makes clear that the statute. The court is going to have to make some decisions about portability, and if well, actually, they kind of already have. So we need to update the statutes that deal with the attorney's exam, and people porting their scores into California, and being admitted to the bar in California with taking the Next Gen UBE and the California component only. We'll need to make sure that the statutes are consistent with that transition to the Next Gen UBE. In terms of the fee, there aren't any admissions fees that are statutory, other than oddly the late fees for sitting for the exam, and so we will just need to think about whether that would be a fee that we would want to change come July 2028, and we'll just put that on the list of things that we need to think about.
Do we owe, as a result of this, do we owe the legislature any sort of a report in terms of how we're going to go about all of this by a certain period of time or any of those sorts of things like that? Or is that something that would probably be good for us to do?
Yeah, we do not technically owe them a report, though anybody who's listening might just have said, oh, now that's a good idea. The legislature has typically deferred to the Supreme Court on issues of the bar exam that we administer, what the decision is on the bar exam, what the exam looks like. I guarantee you we will be in frequent contact with the Assembly and Senate Judiciary Committees, and we'll determine from them what kinds of official updates they would need, as opposed to, unofficial updates that they get from me all the time.
Thank you. Anyone else? This is not an action item, a report out only. Thank you very much, Donna and Tara.
Thank you.
With that, we'll move to item 6.4, adoption of the grading policy for the California bar exam. We're being joined by Christina Dole.
Hello, thank you everyone. My name is Christina. I am one of the managers here in the Office of Admissions. In September of 2025, the California Supreme Court amended the rules of court to clarify the responsibilities between the Committee of Bar Examiners and the Board of Trustees, part of which requires that the CBE to oversee the bar exam grading process, establish standards for grading, regrading, scoring adjustments, all subject to Board of Trustees approval. The bar exam grading system is built on long-standing grading policies meant to ensure fairness, consistency, and reliability. The framework includes multiple grader calibration meetings, a structured first and second read process, and altogether, these practices are designed so that the applicant answers are evaluated according to uniform standards, no matter which grader grades them or which exams they are taking. Earlier this year, the CBE reviewed these policies and recommended keeping the majority of the policies intact. To put this review in context, I just want to cover some of the exam grading structure. Before any scoring begins, graders participate in 3 calibration meetings. During these sessions, they review applicant answers, they compare scoring, discuss any discrepancies, and ultimately reach consensus on how to apply the grading rubric. Once grading begins, answers are scored on a scale of 40 to 100. And written scores are later statistically scaled to the MBE, the multiple choice exam, which helps maintain consistent difficulty levels across different exam administrations. A key part of the process is our phased grading. Everyone receives at least one full read of their answers. Applicants, after the first read, applicants above the score of 1390 pass the exam. Those below the score of 1350 fail the exam. Applicants who have scores between those two get a second read by a different set of graders, and those two scores are average. This approach has shown high consistency. About 96% of our first and second read grades fall within 10 points, which confirms that calibration is working effectively. Another longstanding practice involves the rounding of scores. In the second read, after averaging the 2 grades between the first grader and the second grader, any applicant scoring 1389.001, so within 1 point of that cut line, we round to 1390 and consider them a pass. Finally, the committee also reviewed the timing of the release of results. Historically, results have been released at 6 p.m. on Fridays. This was based on practices from decades ago. Because the process is now fully digital for posting the release of results, the committee recommended modernizing the release of results so that they could be posted earlier in the day. And then moving the public pass list, which is currently posted on a Sunday morning, to the next business day, which just is improving the operations in this. Our current system is grounded in strong reader calibration, consistent scoring, and established reliability. And we are asking, as written in the attachment A. That is a very brief overview of the grading system, but I am happy to take any questions if you all have any.
Hey, Christina, you're really breaking up and freezing on our end. Maybe turn off your camera, see if that improves the quality.
In the meantime, do we have any questions or comments from trustees? Seeing none, perhaps a motion? And shall we display the motion?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Motion by trustee Giorgello, second by trustee Barahona. Vote, please.
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura,
Aye.
Good is absent, Gore is absent, Grande,
Aye.
Harrison is absent, Huser,
Aye.
Giorgello,
Aye.
Soel,
Aye.
Stevens is absent, Tony,
Aye.
Cisneros.
Aye.
With 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is approval of specified contracts pursuant to Business and Professions Code, Section 6008.6. We're joined by Grisels and Dejas.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Grisel Sendejas, Principal Procurement Analyst for the Office of Finance. I will go ahead and share also the agendas so we can talk through them. So we have here the contracts that need approval. We split the tables in two just for better visibility. Table 1, items 1 through 4. Are 4 new contracts needing approval, and then the second table, items 5 through 8, will show existing contracts, and we're asking increases to those existing contracts. So for item number 1 is for our Legal Aid Association of California. This contract to support legal aid organizations. It will support 2 in-person leadership gatherings, create and maintain communication tools and resources. The second item here is for the California Access to Justice Commission. They're conducting a feasibility study that focuses on access to legal help for California residents of modest means. They will conduct a study, prepare a report with findings and recommendations. The third contract that we're asking for approval is for SoftFile. This is a multi-year contract for the printing, processing, and mailing of the state bar licenses bar cards. SoftFile will assist in the design, production of the bar cards for the next 3 years. The fourth contract inside public sector is to purchase the annual licenses for Fortra Alert Logic. They provide 24/7 monitoring of the state bar systems. And moving on to table 2, these are existing contracts. So for the contract Risamari Gonzaga Sitin, we're asking to increase the funding to continue her contract term. She serves as a special deputy trial counsel and it'll allow her to continue in her term. Item number 6, Acento Advertising is for new scope. The scope of work is to launch a new digital outreach campaign focused on educating the public on the attorney complaint process. Item number 7, Egan Holding, is a renewal for the next annual maintenance. So they provide maintenance and support for ProLaw. That's the case document management system that's currently used. Item number 8, Jitterbit. This is an enterprise license. This is also an annual subscription that helps integrate and enable data transfer among different state bar systems like the Salesforce Ames platform, Legacy AS400, and other external applications. And then the last item is for the California Department of Technology, CDT. So currently, the State Bar purchases the Microsoft Azure Cloud Services through CDT. They provide the secure cloud computing platform that delivers hosted infrastructure, data storage, and applications that are essential to IT operations. So this request is due to higher anticipated usage during the prior service period that just ended in March 2026. So we need to increase the amount, and they're seeking the approval for the additional funds to cover the remaining invoices of that previous period. So with that, I will pause there if there are any questions for any of the items.
Thank you, Griselle. Any questions for these items?
I have one.
Sure.
And I had brought this up to staff previously for a question. So it's on item number 6. Could you say a little bit more about what the digital outreach campaign is focusing on? My question had arisen because I thought that we were having record-breaking complaints coming in. And so I was wondering, why do we need to go get more? So it seems like people are doing okay. But I understand this might be a little different than what I was thinking.
Thank you, Trustee Tony. I can take that question. So it is a digital outreach campaign. We've done a couple of them this year. We did a Spanish language one. We did a Filipino one. It is outreach about what is in fact a viable complaint, how to contact the state bar, what OCTC, Chief Trial Counsel, can or cannot do. So it's not meant to drive complaints. It's more meant to educate people about what we do in the realms of if they are having issues with their attorney, what is viable, such as I don't like the outcome of my case versus my attorney is keeping my money. So it's education based, and ideally, if education works, those that don't rise to the level of complaint don't make it in. That's not going to be 100% true, but it is an education campaign.
Okay. Does it suggest that some issues are better directed to the public trust liaison rather than the,
They can include elements of like items that would say attorney-client bridge program,
right,
PTL, public
Okay.
trust liaison. Yes, it can include elements of that.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions or a motion?
I move.
I'll second.
All right, well, we put the motion up. And I have a motion by Vice Chair Tony, second by Trustee Soel. Vote, please.
Barahona? Aye. Buenaventura?
Aye.
Good is absent. Gore is absent. Grande?
Aye.
Harrison is absent. Huser?
Aye.
Giorgello?
Aye.
Soel?
Aye.
Stevens is absent. Tony?
Aye.
Cisneros?
Aye.
With 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you. I think, Griselle, you're with us for the next item as well. Approval of specified admissions-related contracts pursuant to Business and Professions Code, Section 6008.6. Thank you for continuing.
Yes, thank you. So now these are admission-related contracts. So in similar format, we split between two tables. The first table are for new admission contracts needing approval. The California Department of Justice, they provide the fingerprinting services for background checks and applicant and licensees. This is for the 2027 year services, and it's provided as needed basis. Item number 2 is per metric. The contracts to administer the legal specialist examination, which consists of up to 13 separate exams. The examination will be administered in October 2027. Item 3 and 4 are both facility contracts. So Hotel Farah is for February 2027 bar exam in the Southern California location. And UC Law San Francisco is for July 2027. That's a Northern California exam location. And the 5th item is an increase on an existing contract, Direct Counsel. They currently provide readers, typists, and scribes for the bar exam. The approval of the additional funds are estimates to fund services for the July 2026 exam, February 2027, and July 2027. We also have one additional informational item in the previous action. To include that in the previous board meeting, May 14, the Robert Half Perpetuity Proctor Agreement didn't clearly state the full aggregate total of the contract, which is $507,000. It only included the July amount of $300,000 for that July proctor estimate. So it's just to clarify the aggregate to the board. And with that, we also have table 3 that includes the 3 contracts where admissions is also asking for that 30% increase if needed in between board meetings. If there needs to be a payment or an increase, it would delegate authority to executive director in consultation with the chair. We will report it in the next board meeting. Are there any questions or clarifications?
Any questions for Griselle? Or a motion? Should we put up the motion?
Chair Cisneros, I'll move the item.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion by trustee Sowell, second by trustee Giargello. Vote, please.
Barahona?
Aye.
Buenaventura?
Aye.
Good is absent. Gore is absent. Grande?
Aye.
Harrison is absent. Huser?
Aye.
Giargello?
Aye.
Sowell?
Aye.
Stevens is absent. Tony?
Aye.
Cisneros?
Aye.
With 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Griselle.
Thank you.
Item 6.7 has been withdrawn, which takes us to item 6.10, 6.10, an update on legislative priorities, adoption of position on pending legislation. We're back with Donna.
Good afternoon again. I'm going to be joined today in this presentation by Erica Doherty, who has graciously agreed to help me out on some ledge items because our bandwidth has been somewhat limited. But we'll start. This is just my part's going to be just a status update on the legislative priorities that have previously been approved by the board. At your last meeting in May, I provided an update and reported that 5 of the previously adopted board legislative priorities have been included in AB 2784, this year's bill authorizing the assessment of the license fees. Subsequent to that May meeting, an additional 6 board adopted legislative priorities, including 3 that were adopted at the May meeting, were incorporated into AB 2784. So 11 of the board's adopted legislative priorities are in the fee bill. There is an additional adopted legislative priority that was put into Senate Bill 574 relating to the voluntary certification program for alternative dispute resolution providers. And that is the point that Erica will be talking to in just a moment. And so where it stands now is that there are only 2 of the board adopted legislative priorities that did not move forward this year. And they just require some additional time for us to work them up to get them ready for next year. We didn't face resistance per se. We just really didn't have the bandwidth to get these final items moving this year. And my preference is to really take the time to work with the key stakeholders and not rush anything in the last couple of weeks of session. I don't think that's a good approach. And so I really wanted to take the time to work this up and do the legwork that we need to do on those final 2 items. But I think that is a pretty solid percentage of board adopted legislative priorities that are moving forward this year. Assembly Bill 2784 was approved unanimously by the Senate Judiciary Committee. The legislature is currently on their summer recess. They return on August 3rd, after which time the bill would be eligible any time between August 3rd and August 31 when the legislative session recesses. The bill will be eligible to be taken up on the Senate floor and then back to the Assembly floor for concurrence in Senate amendments. The bill would need to be signed by the governor no later than the end of September. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Erica for the meatier portion of the presentation today.
Thanks, Donna. So as background, for those of you who aren't aware, effective January 2025, Business and Professions Code Section 6173 was enacted, which has required the state bar to create a voluntary certification program for firms, providers, and practitioners of ADR services. So we are required to create the certification program, but becoming certified itself is voluntary. There is a staff-created ADR certification working group that has been meeting since February 2025 and developing the framework for that certification program. As part of those meetings, staff has identified a gap which at the February 2026 Board of Trustees meeting, the board set as a legislative priority to strengthen the program, this ADR certification program. So since then, staff has been working with legislative staff on possible language within SB 574 to do a few different things for the program. I'm going to highlight all 3 of them, but we'll focus on the last one. So the first is to clarify that complaints against ADR, certified ADR firms, providers, and practitioners would go through the state bar or a state bar approved organization, rather than maintaining the current statutory path that would allow for these groups to essentially hear complaints about themselves. And this change is based on tentative recommendations that have been approved by that working group that will ultimately come to the Board of Trustees. Proposed amendments to Section 6173 would also protect the information surrounding a complaint against a certified ADR firm, provider, or practitioner from disclosure. Essentially, what it would do is would limit the information that in a complaint that can ultimately be disclosed. This is somewhat similar to what we do as it relates to complaints filed with OCTC and the like. What could ultimately be disclosed would be limited to records that do not reveal confidential or privileged communications, including the name of the certified firm, provider, or practitioner that was found to have violated an ethical standard, action taken to remedy that violation, and the general basis on which the action was taken, so what they violated essentially. Finally, kind of the more controversial item in this, and what you may have seen in the written public comments that were submitted for this meeting, is that SB 574 includes language that would create a limited exception to mediation confidentiality. that would essentially require a firm provider or practitioner, as well as a state bar licensee, to provide the state bar with all requested information, records, or communications related to a complaint against a mediator. We see this as providing information that would not waive or extinguish any confidentiality surrounding these records. As I mentioned a moment ago, the state bar would be prohibited from disclosing any of this information externally. So that would mean if we got a Public Records Act request, or if the opposing party in a mediation wanted to see it, we would not be disclosing it. But we do think that without the requirement, essentially, that someone who is a certified mediator and the people surrounding that mediation provide this information, we would not meaningfully be able to review complaints against mediators. Basically, they would only provide us this information if they felt comfortable doing so and could otherwise assert mediation confidentiality. So staff thinks this language will provide kind of the limited tools necessary for State Bar to responsibly address complaints. And we're asking for the board to take a support position on this language that I had kind of just described. I will just note very briefly, there are other items in SB 574 that relate to arbitrators, relate to attorneys, and a portion that relates to judges as well, all concerning the use of generative AI. We are suggesting that the State Bar does not take a position on that portion of it, just the portion affecting the ADR working group, or certification program, excuse me.
And with that, you're asking, open to questions and comments?
Yes.
Are there any questions or comments from trustees? Trustee Sowell.
Just a quick comment. We can actually take a position on a portion of a bill,
Yes.
which is.
Yes, and we have done so before.
And even on our own fee bill, we did not take a position on the CLA provisions of the fee bill.
Okay, that's not, sounds like it's there's precedent for it. It's not normally the way that I think about how we address bills. Okay, with that, unless there are other questions, I'm happy to. I do have other questions, but
please go ahead.
Well, let me defer my next question, because my next question has to actually do with the budget, and I want to just make sure if there's anybody else that has questions related to what's being discussed right now.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from trustees?
All right. Just real quick, obviously the budget was just signed, and I figure I'm on solid ground asking these questions since the budget is a bill. My question is, Donna, I just need a refresher on whether or not there was anything in the budget that affected us. I'm only aware that there was some additional money that was put in for immigration legal services in the Department of Social Services. I'm not sure if any of that money is going to come our way or not, but I'm just trying to remember was there anything else in the budget that may the housing or the homelessness program. I don't remember if there was any money in there for that, but that's essentially the question. Was there anything else in the budget that affected us?
Yeah, I think the only thing that was in the budget that affected us is the language, excuse me, is the funding and language that's typically there, which relates to the Equal Access Fund money that goes to the Judicial Council, but in the provisional language, it's clear that the Judicial Council gives that money to the Legal Services Trust Fund Commission of the State Bar to allocate, sets a portion of that to go to partnership grants, identifies the percentage identifies a percentage for administrative expenses. There was some funding related to Care Court in addition to the Equal Access Fund. That would be for support of the legal services programs.
Okay. Any other questions, or do we have a motion? Should we display the motion?
I will move it.
Second.
Motion by trustee Barahona, second by trustee Giorgello. Vote, please.
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura,
Aye.
Good is absent, Gore is absent, Grande,
Aye.
Harrison is absent, Huser,
Aye.
Giorgello,
Aye.
Sowell,
Aye.
Stevens is absent, Tony,
Aye.
Cisneros.
Aye.
With 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the proposed amendments to the State Bar of California policy on removal of administrative suspensions from the attorney profile page, request for adoption. And we're joined again by Steve Moed, or maybe the first time in this meeting.
Yes, thank you. I promise to be much briefer than I was in the Finance Committee. I'm bringing this item because it is consistent with the board's previously adopted policy to remove administrative suspensions and inactive enrollments from the attorney profile page. Civility was added as a requirement after that policy was adopted, and so it makes sense to treat this consistently with other administrative suspensions. One caveat is that IT is working on this and has been working on it, but if the board approves it today, they would need to complete regression testing, et cetera. They think they can probably release it in approximately a month, so that's when the civility oath suspensions would roll off of people's profiles, assuming they have been reinstated at that point. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Steve. Any questions or comments? This is an action item.
I just want to be clear that this is just administrative suspensions. This is not the previous disciplinary. Administrative only. Okay.
That's correct. And it's only actually adding one, which is the civility oath, to that administrative policy.
Got it. Okay.
Trustee.
Refresh my recollection. What's an administrative suspension?
So some of the ones that we were talking about in the Finance Committee about non-payment or failure to comply with CTAP or the attorney record verification, et cetera.
So you can't practice law.
You are not entitled to practice law while you are inactively enrolled or suspended.
And that pops up on your State Bar profile.
It does, and it gets removed pursuant to this policy for everything except civility at this point for the first two. And then the third and beyond stay on longer, and then they come down.
Got it. Thank you.
There's no other questions. A motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Motion by trustee Giorgello, second by trustee Sowell. Vote, please.
Barahona, Buenaventura,
Aye.
Good is absent, Gore is absent, Grande,
Aye.
Harrison is absent, Huser,
Aye.
Giorgello,
Aye.
Sowell,
Aye.
Stevens is absent, Tony,
Aye.
Cisneros.
Aye.
With 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. And Steve, we continue with you. Proposed amendments to the State Bar rules regarding the procedure for voluntary resignations, amended State Bar Rule 2.45, returning from public comment and request for adoption and submission.
Thank you. This item, as the chair mentioned, is a return from public comment. There are a number of operational efficiencies that we believe would be gained from changing the procedure. However, we are asking somewhat unusually that if the board approves this change, that it be sent to the Supreme Court for approval. That is because despite the fact that there is no accompanying rule of court change for them to approve, the Supreme Court has been involved in this process for a long time, and it would make sense for them to review and approve that change prior to it taking effect.
Any comments or questions or a motion?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion by trustee Sowell, second by trustee Giorgello. Vote, please.
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura,
Aye.
Grande,
Aye.
sorry, Good and Gore are absent. Harrison is absent. Huser,
Aye.
Jargello,
Aye.
Sowell,
Aye.
Stevens is absent. Tony,
Aye.
Cisneros,
Aye.
with 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Next on the agenda is item 6.8, proposed amendments to rules governing the Client Security Fund, amended Title III, Division 4, Chapter 1 of the Rules of the State Bar of California. Request for public comment with Dion McNutt.
Good afternoon. My name is Dion McNuff. I'm the Managing Counsel for the Client Security Fund, and I'm here to provide some context surrounding Agenda Item 6.8, the proposed amendments to the CSF rules and request for circulation for public comment. First, some very quick, I realize it's lunchtime, background and overview points. The CSF program was created in 1972. Its core function is to mitigate financial injury caused by dishonest conduct of attorneys. The CSF rules were adopted by the board in 1985, and the board established the CSF Commission at that time. CSF rules govern the entire reimbursement process from application through tentative decision through final decision, as well as rules governing objections. The CSF Commission hears the objections at its quarterly meetings and following deliberation issues final decisions with where they either affirm, modify, or reverse tentative decisions. Following the reimbursement of applicants, attorneys are obligated to repay CSF with interest and processing costs. To summarize the proposed rule amendments, these changes are designed to achieve 4 objectives. 1, to clarify procedural requirements and thus strengthen the due process protections. 2, reorganize some rules for improved readability and consistency. 3, ensure rules align with current CSF practices and statutory authority. And 4, clarify what aspects of the administrative record are confidential. The last substantive update was in 2019. We worked on these changes for many months along with the Office of General Counsel. I want to thank my team and the Office and OGC for their hard work, and now request that the boards give us the authorization to circulate for a 45-day public comment period. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Dion. Any questions for this matter? Or a motion?
I'm gonna move the item.
I'll second.
Motion by trustee Sowell, second by trustee Barahona. Vote, please.
Barahona,
Aye.
Buenaventura,
Aye.
Good and Gore are absent. Grande,
Aye.
Harrison is absent. Huser,
Aye.
Jargello,
Aye.
Sowell,
Aye.
Stevens is absent. Tony,
Aye.
Cisneros,
Aye.
with 8 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dion.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll announce that the board will move to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126, subdivisions E2A, E2C, and E2BI. The board will reconvene in open session to announce any reportable action from closed session. We will take a short break now, get people grab some lunch, and come back in about 15 minutes. Joining our closed session, we believe that we come back into open session in approximately 2 hours.
I don't see a link that has been sent for the closed session Zoom link. If someone could send that, that would be terrific.
It just got sent right now.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And to the public, we'll see you back in a couple of hours. If you roll again.
We are now live and recording.
Hello, everyone. We're continuing the meeting of the California State Bar Board of Trustees. We just completed our closed session, and we have no matters to report out of that. We'll move on to our next item, item 6.9, proposed amendments to the State Bar rules regarding computing deadlines, amended State Bar rules 1.22 and 1.23. return from public comment and request for adoption. We're joined by Mia Ellis.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Members of the board. Mia Ellis, Deputy Special Counsel, the Division of Regulation. This item is a return from public comment and requests the board adopt proposed amendments to State Bar Rules 1.22 and 1.23. Proposed amendments to Rule 1.23 will clarify the rule that if a deadline falls on a Saturday, Sunday, or State Bar holiday, the deadline is extended to the next business day. And proposed amendments to Rule 1.22 adds a definition of business day. This item was circulated for a 45-day public comment period, and there are no recommended changes. And again, I'm asking the board to adopt proposed amendments to State Bar Rules 1.22 and 1.23.
Thank you, Mia.
Any questions?
Happy to have, if there's any questions or comments, or if we could present a motion.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by trustee Buenaventura, second by trustee Giargello. Vote, please.
Barahona?
Aye.
Buenaventura?
Aye.
Good, Gore, Grande, and Harrison are absent. Huser?
Aye.
Giargello?
Aye.
Sowell?
Aye.
Stevens is absent. Tony?
Aye.
Cisneros?
Aye.
With 7 ayes and 0 nays, the motion passes.
Great. Thank you, Mia.
Thank you.
Next is the receipt of the annual report of the Public Trust Liaison, being joined by Sabrina Batiste. Good afternoon.
After lunch, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I should just need this. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for having me. As you may notice, I am the new Public Trust Liaison. It's so nice to meet all of you in person and get to share this wonderful report with you.
I do not have a presentation from you.
Okay. So while they're, thank you so much, pulling up the presentation, we can sort of start with an overview of the highlights of the office. In 2025, the office really started to fully embrace the mission, and you'll see based on the numbers, how many people we've actually served. This includes the contact center, the Public Trust Liaison Special Programs, which has the investigation division, the new attorney-client bridge program, as well as expanded services, which included correspondence with incarcerated persons requesting legal services, as well as people who were walking in to the building requesting assistance, primarily with the incarcerated persons, it was primarily legal services, and with the walk-ins, it was primarily questions and concerns about admissions. So we've seen a lot of expansion, as well as most recently, the department is servicing 88 requests. So when people come in, we're able to do some transcripts and help them through the complaint process. So there's a lot to share. One of the largest pieces of good news to share with you really is the contact center. So the contact center, with the help of 4 incredible people and a supervisor, Janice Brown, had serviced over 77,000 calls last year, which is an amazing number when you think of the workload of those 4 people. If you add in the calls from the special programs, we're closer to 80,000. And what's really incredible about that is that it's a wonderful service that the State Bar provides the public. So close to 80, I mean, it's amazing. And especially as a new person, to know that 80,000 people reached out and 80,000 people were able to connect with a member of the State Bar staff that would help them from a customer service standpoint. With regards to the Office of Public Truck Liaison Special Projects, they serviced almost 17,000 tickets. This is an incredible increase over the years. When they first, and this was the first year where they actually serviced all the tickets, 100% of the tickets in the year that it was received. In 2023 to 2025, the division, I would say the overview of categories changed dramatically. In 2023, it was almost 60% discipline, which makes sense because that was sort of part of the nature of the office. Now, with that incredible increase of tickets, it shows that our wonderful partners in the Office of Strategic Communications has used our communication projects to help get the word out. This included the outreach executive director was referring to with regards to the Spanish outreach that also was part of us. So now we are seeing a more even distribution, with the types of tickets and things that we're seeing. The other component was the launch of the attorney-client bridge program. This saw almost 230 tickets come in of people looking for help with either communication with their attorney or return a file. This is also really incredible that now this newly launched program has actually connected and serviced people that otherwise would not have these choices. Of course, we're looking to expand the program, but for the time being, with the help of other departments, we're continuing to grow and deepen that particular program. One of the interesting things, unfortunately, I'm sorry you're not going to get to see it, was my favorite slide, which actually showed the correlation between the Office of Trial Counsel caseload with these particular things going down and the Public Trust Liaison Special Programs ticketing going up. Rarely do I get to see correlations of that nature. It's really lovely, so hopefully you'll get to see it at some point. Otherwise, we are continuing to work on ways to continue to serve the public, to support the mission, and continue to partner with Office of Trial Counsel and admissions regarding how we can continue to find ways to develop and support the program.
Thank you very much. Any questions or follow-ups from trustees? And yes, Trustee Buenaventura.
Can I ask you about the communications that you said that you have a lot of them from incarcerated individuals?
Yes.
Can you tell me if you know,
Yes.
Are they state prison inmates or are they more on the county kind of level? And I'm curious to know what kinds of assistance are they asking for?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't have that particular information. I don't think we're tracking as to whether it's a local, state, or federal incarcerated facility. We do get the addresses, so it could be something we can look into if it's important to you. And then with regards to the second question, primarily they're looking for lawyer referral services.
Okay.
So whether that's legal aid or someone who might be a different type of lawyer, for example, that they're maybe looking for a different type of person to support them.
Okay. Do you know if there's been any kind of an increase in asking for immigration help?
Well, we didn't particularly get that.
Okay.
Mostly it's between discipline, DOR, and for the AC, the bridge program, primarily the scope is at this time somewhat limited to communications with attorneys. We are getting a lot of people who are having challenges with their immigration attorney. So we actually intervene and say, you need to contact your client, as well as return of files.
Okay. So if someone asks to help communicate with the attorney, your office will make that communication and try to get them together. And
Absolutely.
Great.
So we try to facilitate that before it evolves into a complaint.
Okay.
So trying to, the beauty of that program is that it really attempts to resolve those issues, before they become one.
And do you know if your communication with them or with the inmates are confidential?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if inmate correspondence is confidential. It comes to us through the U.S. mail. So it comes sealed in an envelope.
Okay.
But it's a great question.
Right. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, great. So here are the highlights, as we sort of shared. What I'll do is just take, let's turn it on. Take this moment, here we go, on to show you just quickly. Still not working? Oh, okay, if you could advance, that would be great. Thanks, Michelle. So here's the 44,000 callbacks, 77 at that top line. Next slide. This is the PTLI's tickets that I was sharing with you. Here you can sort of see those increase in numbers going to 2025, coming up to almost 17,000. Next. Here's the slide regarding the distribution that I was sharing. It was closer to 60% disciplinary, and now in 2025, we're seeing a more even distribution. On the right-hand side, you see the breakdown of what those different categories are within each of those discipline, admissions, attorney, regulation categories. Next. Here's the bridge program overview. You can see here that those inquiries are trending upwards. And we are looking more towards understanding the eligible tickets, which are noted in green, and then trying to understand, for example, ineligible tickets and how we might be able to convert those into eligible and help those people, within the scope. Next slide. Here's my wonderful trend graph. I'm glad you guys got to see it. We're hoping that these trend lines continue at these particular trajectories. Next. One of the things I had touched on, but here in lovely full color, is the strategic and communication outreach plan. We are looking to continue to deepen not only our people's awareness of the office, but education on, for example, you don't have to file a complaint if it's within these things. You can actually come to us and we'll be able to help facilitate either communication, return a file, or some other item. Next slide. This happens to be the overview of the business building visitor logs. As you see, primarily it's about admissions. These are walk-ins to our building. Next slide. This is the inmate letter overview, where it actually shows the categories of correspondence that we receive from incarcerated persons. And these are the recommendations as we continue to work with the Office of Trial Counsel and the Office of Admissions. And that actually is the end of the presentation.
Great. Thank you, Sabrina. Any other comments or questions? All right.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And that completes our agenda for today. I want to thank all trustees and, of course, State Bar staff for another very comprehensive meeting. And with that, we'll be adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.